Chapter 1. The Static and the Tremor. The first light of dawn cast long, skeletal shadows from the saguaro cacti that dotted the landscape around Walter Hendricks's small adobe house. He stood at his kitchen counter, the ceramic mug heavy in his hand. A tremor ran up his arm, a familiar companion for the last 50 years. It was not the gentle shake of old age. It was a violent, insistent shudder, a current seeking ground. He placed the mug down with a deliberate click, the sound sharp in the morning quiet. He gripped the edge of the granite counter, his knuckles white, and rode the wave until it subsided into a low-grade vibration. He breathed out, a slow, controlled hiss of air. The house was his fortress of solitude, a carefully constructed defense against a world that hummed with frequencies he could no longer tolerate. The walls were thick. The windows were new, double-paned. He owned no computer, no smartphone, only a landline telephone with a rotary dial that sat on a small wooden table in the hall like a museum piece. His gaze drifted to the corner of the kitchen. A length of thick-gauge copper wire ran from a crude earth stake he had driven deep into the desert soil outside, up through a small hole in the window frame, and coiled beside the sink. It was his ritual, his medicine. He picked up the end of the wire, the metal cool and solid. He pressed it to his right temple. For a moment there was nothing. Then relief. The high-pitched, chittering static that was the permanent soundtrack to his life, the noise behind the silence, seemed to drain away. It flowed down the wire and into the earth, leaving behind a profound, blessedly empty quiet. He held it there for a full minute, his eyes closed, soaking in the absence of the sound. The sound he and the others had mockingly called the zone's tinnitus. He was the only one who still heard it, the only one left to hear anything at all. The tremor in his hands stilled completely. He set the wire down and picked up his coffee. The first sip was hot, bitter. It was real. It was today. He spent his morning in the workshop, a converted garage filled with the scent of sawdust and machine oil. He restored antique furniture, a profession that required a steady hand he only possessed in the hours after grounding himself. The meticulous work of sanding, staining, and rejoining wood kept his mind occupied. It followed rules. Wood did not lie. It did not shift its properties when you were not observing it. It did not scream in frequencies only the fillings in your teeth could register. The growl of a car engine disturbed the afternoon peace. It was an unfamiliar sound, a low, expensive purr that did not belong on the dusty track leading to his property. He set down a piece of sandpaper and moved to the workshop door, wiping his hands on a rag. He squinted against the Arizona glare. A dark sedan, clean enough to reflect the sky, had stopped at the end of his drive. It sat there for several long moments, a predator surveying its territory. Walt did not move. He waited. He had seen cars like this before many years ago. They always preceded men in neat suits with polite questions and veiled threats. He had assumed, hoped, they had forgotten him. The driver's door opened. A woman emerged. She was younger than he expected, perhaps in her late 20s. She wore practical slacks and a blazer, but the determined set of her jaw was anything but casual. She held a tablet computer in one hand. Her dark hair was pulled into a severe ponytail. She did not approach the house, but stood by the car, her gaze sweeping over the property, cataloging the workshop, the ancient pickup truck, the house itself. She was performing a threat assessment. Walt stepped out of the shadow of the garage, letting the sun fall on his weathered face. He crossed his arms over his chest. The woman's eyes snapped to him, and for a second she seemed surprised, as if she had not expected him to show himself. She recovered quickly. "Walter Hendricks," she called out. Her voice was clear, carrying easily in the dry air. Walt said nothing. He simply watched her. She took a few steps forward, the crunch of her shoes on the gravel abnormally loud. "My name is Ramona Vega. I'm a journalist. I would appreciate a moment of your time." Journalist? He almost scoffed. The last journalist who came asking questions back in '85 had a military haircut and the kind of eyes that never blinked. He remained silent, letting the heat and the quiet press in on her. Let her see what it was to be unwelcome. She stopped about 30 feet away, a respectful distance or a tactical one. "I am researching a piece on the Athena rocket incident, the one that came down in the Mapimi Desert in 1970. Public records state you were part of the USAF recovery team, officer of acquisitions and logistics." The names dropped like stones into the placid pool of his morning. Athena, Mapimi. He registered the slight quickening of his pulse, the faint return of the static at the edge of his hearing. His hand began to vibrate again, a low hum against his cotton shirt. "Records are wrong," he said, his voice rusty from disuse. "Are they?" Ramona Vega took another step. She was persistent. He hated persistence. "Because I have a copy of your service record and a declassified mission roster. It has your name on it. It has several names on it. Then you have all you need. Go write your story." He turned, intending to go back into the workshop and close the door on her and the ghost she was dragging behind her. "Sergeant Marcus Cole," she said. Walt froze. His hand was on the rough wood of the door frame. The name echoed in his mind, not as a memory but as a physical sensation. He could almost smell the ozone, taste the copper dust on his tongue. He turned his head slowly. The woman, Ramona, was watching him with an unnerving intensity. The professional mask had slipped. Her expression was raw, personal. "You served with him," she stated, not a question. "He was the chief of the security detail for the cleanup operation. He was my grandfather." The static in Walt's head screamed. The tremor in his hand was no longer a vibration, it was a convulsion. He saw, for a fleeting second, not the bright Arizona sun, but a star-filled desert sky, impossibly vast and black. He saw a silhouette against those stars, something long and angular and utterly wrong. He stumbled a step, catching himself on the door frame. The woman took a half-step towards him, a flicker of concern crossing her features before being suppressed. "He died a year after the recovery," she continued, her voice steady despite the emotion simmering beneath it. "They said it was a training accident, a misfiring rifle on a firing range, but he was a weapons expert. He never made mistakes." She paused, letting the words hang in the air. "I don't think it was an accident, and I don't think what you recovered in that desert was an Athena rocket." Walt stared at her, at this ghost from the past wearing a stranger's face. She was not a journalist. She was an archaeologist, digging for bones he had spent a lifetime burying. The quiet he had built for himself was shattering. The carefully constructed walls of his sanity were cracking. He knew then that she would not leave. She would never leave, not until she had the truth. And the truth was a thing that killed. Chapter 2. The Mapami File. "Get off my property," Walt snarled. The words were gravel in his throat. He turned his full body this time, a clear dismissal, and retreated into the cool darkness of the workshop. He slammed the heavy wooden door. The sound boomed, final. He leaned against it, his breath coming in ragged bursts. His heart hammered against his ribs, a frantic, trapped bird. Outside there was only silence. He waited for the sound of the car engine, the crunch of tires on gravel signaling her departure. The silence stretched. He pushed himself off the door and went to a small, grimy window that overlooked the drive. The dark sedan was still there. Ramona Vega stood beside it, now tapping at her tablet. She was not leaving. She was patient. That was worse. Walt stalked back to his workbench, his hands shaking too much for delicate work. He swept a half-sanded chair leg to the floor, the clatter doing nothing to break the tension. Sergeant Marcus Cole. A face materialized in his memory, unbidden. Square-jawed, calm, a man who seemed carved from the same hard earth as the desert they'd been sent to. Cole had been the first to see it, the first to understand that the mission parameters were a lie. Walt remembered Cole's eyes after that first night at the crash site. They had been like two burnt holes in a blanket. The static in his head was a physical pressure now. He stumbled toward the house, needing the copper wire, needing the silence. As he entered the kitchen, a flash of sensory data ambushed him. It was not a memory, but an echo. The acrid smell of burnt electronics, the low, resonant hum of machinery that was not supposed to be humming, the distinct, sickening crackle of rock fracturing under immense stress. He braced himself against the counter, gasping. These episodes had grown less frequent over the years, but they had never vanished. They were fragments of the event, seared into his neurology. He grabbed the copper wire and pressed it to his temple, desperate for the release. The static receded, but slowly, reluctantly. The peace it brought was thin, fragile. He stayed inside for the rest of the day. He tried to read, but the words swam. He tried to listen to a ball game on an old battery-powered radio, but the announcer's voice sounded distant, alien. He was a prisoner in his own home, besieged by a woman in a sedan and the ghost she had awakened. As dusk settled, painting the sky in shades of bruised purple and orange, he saw her approach the house. He moved to the front door, his hand hovering over the lock. She did not knock. He saw a shadow pass under the door. She had slipped something into the mail slot. He heard her footsteps retreat. A moment later, the car engine started. This time, it did not stop. He watched through the peephole as the sedan's taillights dwindled to red specks and disappeared. He waited a full 10 minutes before opening the door. On the welcome mat lay a thin manila folder. It had no markings. He hesitated, every instinct screaming at him to take it to the incinerator barrel out back and watch it burn. But the mention of coal had opened a door he thought was sealed forever. He picked it up. It was light, almost insubstantial. Inside his kitchen, under the stark yellow light of a single bulb, he opened it. The contents were sparse. The first page was a copy of the mission roster, just as she'd said. His own name was there, HENDRIXW1LT, and below it, Cole MSGT. Several other names were on the list, names he had forced himself to forget. All of them were marked deceased. Official causes of death were listed next to each: cancer, car accident, suicide, training accident. It was a casualty list disguised as a service record. Behind the roster was a photograph. The quality was poor, grainy, a copy of a copy. It showed a group of airmen in fatigue standing in the blinding desert sun. They were squinting, forcing smiles for the camera. He recognized a younger version of himself, rail-thin with a nervous energy. Next to him stood Marcus Cole, unsmiling, his gaze fixed on something beyond the frame. But it was what was behind them that made Walt's breath catch. It was supposed to be the cylindrical, finned wreckage of an Athena rocket booster. What the picture showed was a vast, angled shard of something black. The texture was wrong. It wasn't buckled metal. It was fractured crystal, obsidian-like, with geometric patterns etched into its surface that seemed to hurt the eyes. Part of it was buried in the desert floor, but the scale was immense, far larger than any piece of a sounding rocket. This was the one official photo he thought had been destroyed. The final document was a single, heavily redacted page from a preliminary geological survey of the crash site. Most of the text was blacked out with thick marker, but a few phrases remained, missed by the censor's pen. Unidentified isotope ratios, a non-terrestrial origin, a crystalline structure, exhibits piezoelectric properties under pressure, and biosignature inconclusive. He sank into a chair, the papers spread on the table before him. Biosignature inconclusive. Dr. Jensen, the lead scientist on site, had screamed that phrase over and over in the medical tent, his eyes wide with a terror that surpassed reason. They had sedated him and flown him out on the third day. Walt never saw him again. Ramona Vega had not just found a discrepancy. She had found the truth, or at least the sharp, jagged edge of it. She had peeled a single layer from a 50-year-old lie. He sat there for a long time, the silence of the house pressing in. But it was not the peaceful silence he craved. It was the other kind, the waiting kind, the kind of silence that precedes a storm. He thought of Sergeant Cole, of the oath they had all been forced to take, an oath of silence sworn over a piece of wreckage that hummed in the dark. He thought of Cole's daughter, and now his granddaughter, a woman with the same stubborn set to her jaw. The lie had held for half a century, but it was a dam, and Ramona Vega had just kicked out the first stone. He knew, with a certainty that chilled him to the bone, that a flood was coming. He picked up the rotary phone, the plastic cool beneath his trembling fingers. He dialed the number for the motel in the nearest town, the one she would have to be staying at. The clerk answered. Walt's voice was a low croak. "Find the room for Ramona Vega. Tell her Hendricks will talk, not here. We meet at the state line, tomorrow, sunrise." He hung up before the clerk could respond. He had made a decision. Or more accurately, the decision had been made for him the moment the dark sedan appeared at the end of his drive. He was going back to the place where the silence had a voice, and the ground held a secret that was not dead, merely sleeping. Chapter 3: The Watchers and the Watched. 500 miles away, in a windowless room bathed in the cold blue light of monitors, Deputy Director Shaw watched a red icon blink on a map. The icon represented a burner phone, purchased for cash an hour ago in a dusty Arizona town. It had made one call to a motel. Her analyst, a young man with tired eyes, turned from his own screen. "Ma'am, we have audio from the motel clerk's follow-up. The guest in room 214, Ramona Vega, received the message. She just checked out. She paid in cash." Shaw nodded, her expression unreadable. She took a sip of her lukewarm coffee. "And the source?" "Landline, registered to Walter Hendricks, as projected." The analyst, a man named Peters, seemed pleased with the accuracy of their predictive model. Shaw was not pleased. She was not anything. Emotion was a liability. Asset is on the move. Vega's vehicle is a rental. We have the tracker active. What is their trajectory? Peters typed a few commands. A line extended from the 2 points on the map, converging and heading east. Straight for the Mexican border. Straight for the Balsán de Mapimi. "She baited him and he took it," Peters observed, a hint of admiration in his voice. "He was not baited," Shaw corrected, her voice flat, cutting. "He was activated. There is a difference. 50 years of dormancy, and one amateur journalist with a family connection unravels it in a week. This is what complacency gets you." She gestured to a different monitor, this one showing a live thermal feed from a high-altitude drone circling over a desolate patch of desert. The landscape was a uniform, cool purple, except for one spot that pulsed with a faint, unnatural warmth. "Status on our primary. No change in thermal output. No significant seismic or electromagnetic fluctuations. It's stable." "Stable is a relative term, Peters. It has been stable since 1970. That does not mean it's inert." Shaw had inherited the Mapimi file 6 years ago. Her predecessor had called it a babysitting job. Monitor the anomaly, maintain the quarantine, suppress any curiosity. He had grown soft. He saw it as a relic, a Cold War secret to be guarded. Shaw saw it for what it was, an unexploded bomb. Or worse, a loaded weapon with a consciousness she could not comprehend. "What are our orders, ma'am?" Shaw stared at the 2 blinking icons moving across the map of the American Southwest, the journalist and the old soldier. Her first instinct was to neutralize. A tragic car accident, a border smuggling deal gone wrong. Clean, simple, the old way of doing things. But Vega was a journalist, a podcaster. She would have a dead man's switch. A data dump scheduled to go live if she failed to check in. It was a crude defense, but an effective one in this new age of information. No, containment was the priority. She needed to know exactly what Hendricks remembered, what he might say. She needed to know what Vega had already uncovered. And most of all, she needed them on her turf. "Let them go," she said. Peters looked up, surprised. "Across the border, we lose direct oversight. We have assets in Mexico. More importantly, we have the zone itself. It is the most secure black site on the planet, and it maintains itself. Alert Mateo Flores. Tell him he has clients coming. Standard protocol. Observe, report, do not engage. And Dr. Campos, she is still active in the periphery." Shaw's lip curled in distaste. The disgraced academic. Let her play with her radioactive Petri dishes. She is a known quantity, a useful distraction. If Vega talks to her, all the better. It buries the truth under a layer of fringe science and conspiracy theory. She turned her attention to the main screen, to the two lights moving towards the border. Let them go. Let them walk into the quiet place. The place that swallowed secrets whole. The place where signals died and people vanished. She had studied the file. She knew what happened to the original recovery team. The cancers, the psychoses, the disappearances. The desert did the work for you. You just had to be patient. And when the time was right, when they were isolated, terrified, and broken, she would move in. Not to clean up a 50-year-old crash, but to retrieve the pilot. Walt drove his old truck with a grim resolve. The engine knocked, the suspension squealed, but it was a machine he understood. Beside him, Ramona Vega was quiet, her attention focused on a laptop secured to her dashboard. She was navigating, charting a course through a network of crumbling state highways and forgotten back roads. They had met at a gas station on the state line, the rising sun casting them in sharp relief. No pleasantries were exchanged. He had thrown a canvas duffel bag in the truck bed and pointed to the passenger door. She had gotten in without a word, an alliance of necessity. "We cross at a small, unofficial entry point south of Ojinaga," she said, breaking the long silence. "Less scrutiny. I have a contact." "A contact," Walt grunted. "This is not a spy movie. You are in over your head." "My grandfather taught me to be prepared," she retorted, her eyes not leaving the screen. "He also taught me that the people you should fear most are the ones who carry government credentials. Was he wrong?" Walt did not answer. He remembered Sergeant Cole's quiet paranoia in the final days of the mission. The way he cleaned his rifle obsessively. The way he would stop mid-sentence and stare into the empty desert, listening to something no one else could hear. As they drove south, the landscape began to change. The familiar saguaros gave way to sparser, tougher vegetation. The mountains in the distance grew jagged, like broken teeth. The sun was a physical weight. The air that came through the open windows was hot and smelled of dust and creosote. He felt the change before he saw it, a subtle shift in the quality of the silence. The static in his head, which had been a low hum, began to sharpen its pitch. He reached into his pocket and wrapped his fingers around a small, smooth black stone he had carried for 50 years, one of the hot pebbles from the crash site. It was always warm. Holding it seemed to focus the static, to give it shape. The radio, which had been playing a crackly AM station from Chihuahua, began to fail. A word would stretch, distorting into a demonic drawl. Then a burst of static, a snatch of music, and then another wash of white noise. Finally, it gave up, succumbing to a thick, oily hiss. "We're getting close," Romy said, observing the radio's death. She pointed to her laptop. "GPS is offline. From here on, we use satellite maps I downloaded and a compass." She pulled out a high-quality compass. The needle swung lazily, then began to twitch. It spun in a slow circle, then another, faster this time. Finally, it jerked back and forth, unable to find north, a frantic, useless dance. Romy stared at it. The articles mentioned electromagnetic interference, but this is the line, Walt said, his voice low. The border, not the one on the map. They were entering the zone of silence. He did not need a compass. He could feel it in his bones, in the fillings in his molars, in the frantic chittering that was now building in his skull. The truck rumbled over the rough road. On the horizon, the empty desert stretched to meet a pale, unforgiving sky. There was nothing out there, nothing but silence, and everything that silence was trying to hide. Chapter 4: The Line of Silence. The unofficial border crossing was little more than a dusty track and a bored-looking man in a faded uniform sitting on a plastic chair in the shade of a corrugated tin shack. Romy handled it, speaking rapid, fluent Spanish, a crisp bill changing hands with practiced ease. The man waved them through without a glance at the truck bed. Her contact was reliable. Walt felt a grudging respect mix with his deep-seated unease. The girl was resourceful. It was the kind of resourcefulness that got people killed. The road on the Mexican side was worse, a suggestion of a path more than a reality. The truck bucked and groaned, kicking up a plume of ochre dust that trailed them for miles. The silence was absolute now. Not just the lack of radio signals, but a profound absence of natural sound. No birds called. No insects buzzed. The wind moved without a whisper. It was like driving through a photograph. Romy had her laptop open, cross-referencing a topographical map with the satellite images she had saved. According to the declassified reports, the few that weren't completely blacked out, the military set up their base camp here. She pointed to a spot on the screen. It's a relatively flat basin, accessible, defensible. We should find something there. Remnants of the cleanup. We will find what they left for us to find, Walt said, his eyes scanning the horizon. The landscape was a monotonous panorama of yucca, ocotillo, and strange, purplish cacti that seemed to hunch close to the ground. This place, it cleans itself. An hour later, they saw a structure ahead. It was a small, ramshackle ranch, a few adobe buildings and a corral shimmering in the heat. A lone figure stood outside, waiting for them. "Is that him?" Walt asked. "Mateo Flores," Romy confirmed. "His family has ranched on the edge of the zone for 200 years. He guides scientists, tourists, conspiracy nuts for a price. He knows the desert better than anyone." As they pulled up, the man, Mateo, walked toward them. He was in his late 60s, his face a mask of deep-set lines and sun-baked skin. He moved with a slow, deliberate economy, his eyes missing nothing. He wore a dusty cowboy hat and a stained work shirt. Walt noted the tip of his left index finger was missing. Mateo nodded to Romy as she got out. "Señorita Vega, you came." His English was heavily accented but clear. His gaze then shifted to Walt, and his eyes, dark and intelligent, narrowed slightly. "And you have been here before." It was not a question. Walt felt a chill despite the oppressive heat. "A long time ago." "The desert remembers," Mateo said, his eyes holding Walt's. "It does not forgive." He looked past them at the empty expanse behind them. "You bring company." Romy spun around, her hand instinctively going to a canister of pepper spray on her belt. Walt scanned the horizon. There was nothing. "What do you mean? We weren't followed." "Not the kind you see in a mirror," Mateo said, tapping his temple. He turned and pointed toward the southeast. "You go to the crash site, the place the soldiers called Ground Zero." Again, not a question. "We need a guide," Romy said, recovering her composure. The terrain is treacherous. The terrain is the least treacherous thing out there, Mateo replied. He spat a stream of tobacco juice into the dust. The hombres rubios, the blond men, they have been seen again, near the salt flats. They ask for water, but they do not thirst. He said it matter-of-factly, as if discussing the weather. Local folklore, Romy murmured, though she was writing it down in a small notebook. The things you call folklore are just the things your science has no name for yet, Mateo countered. He looked at Walt again. You were here for the first crash, the metal one. You are here for the second. Second crash? Romy asked, her head snapping up. There is always another, Mateo said cryptically. He kicked at a stone with the toe of his boot. The desert is a magnet. It pulls things from the sky, always has. Your government, they think they are the first to find something interesting here. They are not. Walt felt the black pebble in his pocket. It was growing warmer. The static in his head was coalescing, forming into patterns, almost like whispers, too faint to understand. He was beginning to regret his decision. This was not just a place on a map. It was a living entity, and Mateo was one of its inhabitants. Can you take us or not? Walt asked, his voice harsh. Mateo smiled, a humorless crack in his weathered face. Oh, I can take you. Getting you back is another matter. That is up to the silence. He quoted a price that made Romy flinch, but she agreed without argument. They left Walt's truck at the ranch and consolidated into Mateo's battered, high-clearance Jeep. The ride was punishing. Mateo navigated without a map, following landmarks only he could see. The purplish cacti grew more numerous. Walt noticed their spines moved in unison, a slow, deliberate rustle, even when there was no wind. Mateo saw him watching. The escuchas, he said. The listeners, they feel you walk, they tell the ground where you are. As the sun began to dip low, casting the desert in an eerie, orange glow, they arrived at the basin. It was exactly as Walt remembered and completely different. The foundations of the temporary barracks were still visible, concrete pads cracking in the heat. Rusted barrels lay half-buried in the sand. But the sense of military order was gone. The desert was reclaiming it, pulling it back into its dusty embrace. In the center of the basin, another vehicle was parked. It was a strange-looking thing, a heavy-duty trailer that seemed to be plated with lead, covered in antennae and satellite dishes that pointed at the sky like supplicants. A lone figure in a faded jumpsuit was calibrating one of the dishes. Ah, Mateo said with a sigh of resignation. La Doctora is here. This will make things complicated. Who is she? Romy asked, her voice tense. Dr. Isabella Campos, Mateo answered. She is a scientist, or she was. She believes the desert is speaking to her. She is here to write down what it says. The figure, Dr. Campos, turned and saw them, her face breaking into a wide, manic grin. Walt's stomach tightened. Another variable, another person drawn to the center of the anomaly. The basin no longer felt empty. It felt crowded. And as the last sliver of sun vanished below the horizon, the real silence of the desert night began to fall. Chapter 5: The First Echo. Dr. Isabella Campos approached them with the jerky, energetic movements of a shorebird. She was a woman in her 50s, wiry and tanned, with wild graying hair escaping from her ponytail. Her eyes, magnified by thick glasses, were alight with a fierce, almost feral intelligence. "Mateo, you bring me visitors," she exclaimed, her voice surprisingly loud in the encroaching stillness. She wiped a greasy hand on her jumpsuit and offered it to Romy. "Isabella Campos, radiobiologist, unlicensed." Romy shook her hand, looking momentarily taken aback. "Ramona Vega, this is Walt Hendricks." Campos's eyes darted to Walt. She circled him once, her gaze analytical as if he were a specimen. "Hendricks, USAF, 1970, the Athena crew. You have a high baseline electromagnetic signature for a man your age. Fascinating. Residual exposure." Walt said nothing. He stared at her fortified trailer, at the thick cables snaking from a generator that hummed quietly, a lone insect in the vast quiet. "You're a long way from home, soldier," Campos continued, undeterred by his silence. "Come to see what the seed has grown into." "The seed?" Romy asked, pen and notebook already in hand. "What your government tried to clean up," Campos said with a dismissive wave. "They thought it was wreckage, an artifact. They were gardeners who mistook a seed pod for a rock." She gestured to the desert around them. "This entire area, the unique flora, the magnetic anomalies, the bioacoustic dead zone, it's not a natural phenomenon. It's an ecosystem, an engineered one, and it's had 50 years to mature." Mateo had already started a small fire, using dry mesquite wood he'd brought with him. The flames crackled, a small pocket of defiance against the immense darkness. "The doctor has many theories," he said without looking up. "The desert does not care for theories." "The desert communicates in data, Mateo," Campos shot back. "Radiation, magnetism, mutation. You just have to learn the language." As night deepened, the temperature plummeted. The sky was an impossible carpet of stars, more brilliant and numerous than Walt had seen in decades. There was no moon. The darkness was total beyond the small circle of firelight. An animalistic howl echoed from the distance, a sound that was half canine, half metallic screech. "Coyotes," Romy said, her voice tight. "Not anymore," Campos corrected, her eyes gleaming. "Their diet here is rich in meteoric iron, changes the bone density, the tooth enamel. They are faster, stronger, and they are drawn to energy sources." She pointed a thumb at her generator. "I am a beacon for them." The howling grew closer, answered by yips and snarls from multiple directions. They were being circled. Mateo stood up, pulling a large, heavy-caliber pistol from a holster at his hip. Walt's hand went to the familiar shape of the hunting knife on his belt. His senses were screaming. The static in his head was a physical buzz, vibrating behind his eyes. A shape darted at the edge of the firelight. It was lean and gray, like a normal coyote, but its eyes glinted with a cold, metallic sheen. Another appeared, then a third. They were not behaving like normal pack animals. They moved with a twitchy, unnatural purpose, their heads cocked as if listening to a sound the humans could not perceive. One of them lunged. It did not go for Mateo, who held the gun, but for the generator. It slammed against the metal casing with a sickening crunch, its jaws snapping at the thick power cables. Mateo fired. The shot was a flat, dead pop in the sound-dampening air. The creature yelped, a sound that ended in a shower of sparks as its iron-laced teeth bit through a live wire. It convulsed on the ground, smoking. The other coyotes did not flee. The smell of ozone from the shorted-out generator seemed to excite them further. They began to close in, their metallic eyes reflecting the firelight. Romy scrambled backward, her hand fumbling with her pepper spray. Campos held up a strange device, a handheld antenna pointed at the creatures. Incredible, Campos breathed, her face wrapped with scientific curiosity. They're responding to the EMF spike. Another coyote charged, this time at Romy. Walt moved without thinking. His body remembered drills he had not practiced in half a century. He stepped into the animal's path, bringing his heavy boot down on its neck as it leaped. He felt bone and sinew crunch. He drove his knife down into its skull with a grunt. The thing went limp. The remaining animals hesitated, their strange intelligence processing the new threat. Mateo fired again and a third creature fell. The pack broke, melting back into the darkness. The howling receded. Silence returned, heavier than before. It was punctuated by Romy's ragged breathing, and the steady hum of the repaired generator Campos was already tinkering with. Walt stood over the dead coyote, his chest heaving. The smell of blood and ozone filled his nostrils. He looked down at his hands. They were steady. The tremor was gone, replaced by a surge of adrenaline he had not experienced in years. But something else was happening. The warm pebble in his pocket was suddenly searing hot. The static in his head exploded into a coherent, deafening roar. The faces around the fire, Romy's wide with shock, Mateo's grim, Campos's oddly delighted, began to warp and stretch. The firelight dissolved. The stars overhead swirled into streaks of impossible light. He was falling, not into darkness but into memory, into the echo. The glare of arc lights, the terrified face of Corporal Davies, his headphones clamped tight. "Sir, I hear it in the static, it's counting." The oppressive, electrifying hum of the wreckage, a black shard of wrongness half buried in the sand. Sergeant Cole, his face pale, pointing. "It's not wreckage, it's a cockpit, and the canopy just opened." The ground beneath his feet is not sand, but a vibrating metal plate. A shape unfolds from the blackness, tall, thin, like an insect made of obsidian and shadow. It does not have a face. It has a collection of lenses that click and whir, focusing on him, on all of them. A wave of cognitive dissonance washes over him, a psychic pressure that makes him want to claw his own eyes out. He sees geometric patterns burned into the back of his eyelids. He feels a thought that is not his own intrude into his mind. It is not a voice. It is a feeling of ancient, cold curiosity, the curiosity of a biologist dissecting a frog. A scream. Davies tearing his headphones off, his ears bleeding, the sound of cracking rock. A silent pulse of energy radiates from the creature. The floodlights explode in showers of glass. The generator sputters and dies. They are plunged into absolute, terrifying darkness, alone with the thing from the sky. Walt was on his knees in the dust, though he did not remember falling. He was clutching his head, a scream locked in his throat. Romy was shaking his shoulder, her voice a distant, meaningless sound. The echo was fading, leaving behind the taste of terror and ozone. He looked up, his eyes wide with a 50-year-old horror. Across the dying fire in the deep darkness where the coyotes had vanished, two small yellow lights appeared. They were not animal eyes. They glowed with a soft internal luminescence, and they were rising, higher and higher until they were a good 7 feet off the ground. Matteo saw them too. He raised his pistol, his hand rock steady. "Doctora," he said, his voice a low, urgent whisper, "turn off your machine, now." The two yellow lights stared at them from the abyss. They blinked slowly, and a third, smaller red light ignited just beneath them. The surveyor was awake, and it was watching them. Chapter 6: The Long Exposure. "Kill the power." Matteo's voice was a whip crack in the sudden, taut silence. He did not shout. The command was low, guttural, stripped of everything but urgency. Dr. Campos, for the first time, looked truly afraid. Her scientific curiosity vanished, replaced by the primal instinct of prey. She scrambled toward the generator, her movements clumsy. The twin yellow lights in the darkness remained fixed, unblinking. The third, smaller red light beneath them pulsed in a slow, steady rhythm, like a predatory heartbeat. It was a targeting system. Walt pushed himself to his feet, his body screaming in protest. The aftershocks of the echo left him disoriented, his senses unreliable. The world felt thin, a fragile film stretched over a chasm of memory. He could still feel the surveyor's cold, analytical stare from 50 years ago, and now it was here again, a direct continuation of that moment. "What is that thing?" Romy breathed, her voice barely a whisper. She stood frozen between the fire and the relative safety of Matteo's jeep. "It is the pilot," Walt said, the words tasting like ash. "It never left." Campos reached the generator and fumbled with the switch. With a final cough, the machine died. The last source of artificial light, save for their dwindling fire, was extinguished. For a heart-stopping second, the entire desert was plunged into a deeper darkness. Then something happened. The twin yellow lights in the distance did not disappear. Instead, their glow seemed to intensify, to bloom in the absence of competing light. The entity was its own source of illumination. The faint, rhythmic pulse of the red light continued, a slow throb of crimson against the black. "It feeds on energy," Campos whispered, her voice trembling as she backed away from the now silent generator. "Not just electrical, kinetic, thermal, it's a consumer. That's why the zone is so quiet, so cold at night. It leaches the ambient energy over time." Matteo had not moved. He stood like a statue, pistol raised, a dark silhouette against the fire. "It sees the fire," he said, his voice flat. "It sees us. We are the brightest thing in its world right now." As if in response, the entity took a step. There was no sound of a footfall, no crunch of gravel, just a smooth, gliding motion as the lights shifted forward, closer. They were perhaps 100 yards away. Another step. The silent, inexorable advance was more terrifying than a charge. "The jeep," Walt ordered, his mind beginning to clear, adrenaline slicing through the fog of the echo. "Get in the jeep. Now." "It's no good," Campos said, shaking her head. "The engine, the battery, the dead tech field, as I call it, it won't work. Not while it's this close and this active." "We need to put out the fire," Romy said, her journalistic instincts giving way to a raw survival imperative. She grabbed a handful of sand and threw it on the flames. "No," Matteo commanded, stopping her. "It is the only thing keeping it at a distance. It is curious. If we are in the dark, it will lose its curiosity and begin to hunt." The lights stopped moving. They were now close enough that the yellow glow cast a faint, sickly illumination, revealing the barest hint of a form. It was tall, impossibly thin, with long, multi-jointed limbs. Its body was not flesh but a dark, crystalline material that seemed to drink the light around it, making its silhouette blurry and indistinct. Its head was a smooth, oblong shape, and the three lights were embedded within it. The surveyor. It tilted its head. A soft, mechanical click echoed across the basin. It was the sound of a camera's aperture adjusting. "It's observing us," Campos murmured, her fear now wrestling with her scientific awe. "Long exposure. It's analyzing, trying to understand what we are." "It knew what we were in 1970, Walt countered, his hand tightening on the hilt of his knife. "It dissected Davy's mind before it." He stopped, the memory too sharp. The surveyor took another step, then another. It was a slow, deliberate march, 50 yards, 40. The air grew thick, heavy with a static charge. The hairs on Walt's arms stood on end. He could feel the pressure building in his sinuses, a familiar, painful sensation. "We cannot stay here," Matteo said, finally lowering his pistol. He knew, as Walt did, that a bullet would be useless against that crystalline hide. It would be like shooting at a mountain. "We go on foot, into the rocks. Now leave everything." He began to back away slowly, his eyes never leaving the approaching lights. Romy, after a moment's hesitation, followed his lead. Campos looked back at her trailer, at her life's work, a universe of data she was about to abandon. "My research," she stammered. "Your research is about to step on you," Walt snarled, grabbing her arm and pulling her with him. "Move." They retreated, a small, terrified huddle, away from the fire and towards a cluster of large rock formations at the edge of the basin. The surveyor did not speed up. It maintained its steady, unhurried pace, closing the distance between itself and the fire. The clicking sound came again, faster this time. Click, click, click. It was documenting them, capturing their retreat. When they reached the first of the large boulders, they scrambled behind it, pressing themselves against the cold stone. Walt risked a look back. The surveyor had reached their camp. It stood over the fire, its tall, spindly form silhouetted against the flames. It was taller than he remembered, as if it had grown over the decades. It reached out a long, three-fingered limb, the appendage moving with an unnerving, insectal grace. It did not touch the fire. It simply held its hand over it. The flames, which had been burning steadily, began to waver. They shrank, the colors shifting from orange and yellow to a weak, sickly blue. The heat vanished. The surveyor was drinking the fire, absorbing its thermal energy directly. In seconds, the flames were gone, leaving only a pile of smoldering embers. The campsite was plunged back into near-total darkness, the only light the faint, cold glow of the creature's own optics. It stood there for a moment in the ruins of their camp. The red light on its head swiveled, scanning the area. It passed over their hiding place, and for a terrifying second, Walt was certain it would stop, but it continued on, sweeping across the basin before returning to a forward-facing position. It had not detected them, or it was ignoring them. Then it turned its attention to Campos's trailer. It approached the metal box, its movements silent and fluid. It placed a hand on the lead-lined wall. A low hum began to emanate from the trailer, the sound of capacitors and batteries draining at an impossible rate. The lights inside the trailer, which had been dark, flickered on for a brief, brilliant second, then exploded in a shower of sparks. The surveyor was feeding. It drained every last joule of power from her equipment in less than a minute. "My God," Campos whispered, tears streaming down her face. "All of it, decades of data." The surveyor finished its meal and stood motionless for a moment. Then, it turned its glowing yellow eyes directly toward the rocks where they were hiding. The red targeting light ignited again, no longer pulsing but shining with a steady, intense beam. It had known they were there all along. It had been toying with them. It started walking towards them. This time there was no curiosity in its advance. The pace was faster, more purposeful. It was no longer observing. It was hunting. "Run," Mateo hissed. And they ran, stumbling blindly into the pitch-black labyrinth of the desert rocks, the three malevolent lights following close behind. Chapter 7: The Blonde Man. The world became a nightmare of sharp edges and treacherous footing. They scrambled deeper into the rock field, a chaotic jumble of weathered sandstone and volcanic basalt. The surveyor's lights pursued them, casting long, distorted shadows that danced and writhed like demons. Its silent pursuit was a form of psychological torture. Every snapped twig, every dislodged pebble felt like a thunderclap, a betrayal of their position. Mateo led the way, his knowledge of the terrain their only advantage. He did not run in a straight line but wove through narrow crevices and under low overhangs, trying to break the creature's line of sight. "It is a hunter of the open spaces," he panted, his words coming in short bursts. "In the tight places, it is clumsy." Walt hoped he was right. He could hear the creature behind them, not through footfalls, but by the scraping, grating sound of its crystalline body against the rock as it squeezed through passages they had just cleared. It was closer than he liked. The air was thick with the scent of ozone. Romy stumbled, her ankle twisting on a loose rock. She cried out, a sharp gasp of pain. Walt doubled back, hoisting her up, his own aging muscles protesting. "I'm okay," she insisted, though she leaned heavily on him. "This way," Mateo called, his voice a low echo from a narrow slit in the rock ahead. "Hurry." They half-carried, half-dragged Romy toward the opening. It was a tight squeeze, the rock rough and abrasive. As Walt pushed through, he risked a look behind. The surveyor's lights filled the passage they had just left. It was forcing its large, angular frame through the gap, shattering the rock as it came. The sound was not an explosion, but a high-frequency shearing, like a diamond scoring glass. They emerged into a small, enclosed canyon, a dead end. Three walls of sheer rock surrounded them, the star-filled sky the only ceiling. At the far end was a shallow cave, little more than a deep recess in the cliff face. "Here," Mateo said, pushing them toward it. "In here and be still." They huddled in the back of the cave, the darkness inside almost total. They were trapped. Walt held his knife, its handle slick with sweat. Romy was trying to stifle her pained breaths. Campos was muttering to herself, a litany of scientific terms and frantic hypotheses. The scraping sound stopped. Outside the cave in the small canyon there was only silence. The telltale yellow lights were gone. "Where is it?" Romy whispered. "It knows we are here," Mateo answered, his voice grim. "It plays with us." Minutes stretched into an eternity. The cold of the desert night seeped into their bones. Every rustle of wind sounded like the creature's approach. Walt's senses were on fire, the static in his head a low, insistent drum. He felt the surveyor's presence, not as a sight or sound, but as a weight, a pressure on the world around them. Then a new light appeared at the entrance to the small canyon. It was not the harsh, artificial glow of the surveyor. It was a soft, silvery luminescence, gentle and diffused. A figure stepped into the light, blocking their view of the entrance. It was a man. He was tall, well over 6 feet, with pale, almost white blonde hair that fell to his shoulders. He wore a simple, seamless white tunic that seemed to shimmer faintly. His features were perfect, classically handsome, but his skin was unnaturally smooth, like polished marble. His eyes were a startling, piercing blue. He did not look at them. He stood at the entrance to the canyon and stared up at the cliff face above their cave. "The blond man," Mateo breathed, his voice filled with a strange mix of fear and reverence. "Who is he?" Romy asked, staring at the impossible figure. "Is he with the creature?" "He is a part of the desert," Mateo said. "A dream the silence has. He appears when the other one is hunting. Some say he is a protector, some say he is a lure." The blond man raised a hand, his movements fluid and graceful. He pointed a long, slender finger at the top of the cliff. From the darkness above, the surveyor emerged. It crawled over the precipice, its spindly limbs finding purchase on the sheer rock face, and began to descend towards them, its own lights extinguished. It moved like a monstrous spider against the backdrop of the stars. The blond man did not react. He simply stood there, his arm outstretched, pointing. A guide indicating the location of the prey. "He is a lure," Walt rasped, a cold dread washing over him. The creature hadn't lost them. It had herded them into this trap, and the blond man was the final piece of it. The surveyor was halfway down the cliff now, its descent unnervingly silent. They had nowhere to run. They could only watch as death crawled towards them. Then the blond man turned his head. His piercing blue eyes found theirs in the darkness of the cave. He did not smile. His perfect face was devoid of all emotion, but his lips moved and a voice entered their minds. It was not sound. It was a thought planted directly, a voice of pure melodic reason. "It does not have to be this way." The voice was calm, persuasive. "This vessel is old. It is damaged. It seeks only to repair itself. It requires biological components, organic catalysts. It requires a sacrifice." The surveyor stopped its descent, clinging to the rock face as if waiting for their response. The blond man took a step toward them. "One is all it needs, the rest may go free. A simple transaction, a life for a life. A fair exchange." His blue eyes moved from face to face, assessing them. He was not asking, he was brokering a deal. Romy stared in horror. Campos was shaking her head in disbelief, muttering about collective hallucinations. Mateo had his eyes squeezed shut, reciting a prayer under his breath. Walt looked at the creature on the cliff, then at the serene, terrifying being before them. He remembered the echo, the feeling of the surveyor's mind touching his, the cold, dispassionate curiosity. It was a scientist, a researcher, and they were specimens. The blond man was its interface, a translation program for minds too primitive to comprehend the truth. The blond man's gaze settled on Romy, whose ankle was now visibly swollen. The female, her mobility is compromised. She is the logical choice, the most efficient outcome. Walt stepped forward, positioning himself between the blond man and Romy. "No," he said, his voice a low growl. The blond man's perfect face registered the barest flicker of surprise. "You have no leverage here, old man. You are relics. Your time is over." "We were part of the same event," Walt said, his mind racing. He was speaking not just to the lore but through it to the creature on the cliff. You remember me." The blond man tilted his head. The voice in their minds became layered, tinged with the same cold static as the echo. The memory is fragmented, corrupted data, a loud, disorganized consciousness. You were there when the vessel was breached. You carry a piece of the outer hull. It knew about the pebble in his pocket. The surveyor on the cliff stirred, its lights flickering back on, a slow yellow pulse. "An offer is made," the blond man said, his voice losing its melodic quality, becoming more monotone, more mechanical. "One life, or all lives. The algorithm is simple." He turned his serene, blue-eyed gaze back to Romy. He took another step forward. Chapter 8: The Bargain of Rust and Bone. Walt's mind was a maelstrom. The calm, logical horror of the blond man's proposition was more terrifying than any monstrous charge. It was the logic of a predator that saw no difference between a human and a lame antelope, an equation to be solved. He saw Romy flinch as the blond man's gaze fell on her. He saw the raw terror in her eyes, the fight for composure. He saw Mateo, a man of faith, confronted by a devil that spoke in terms of efficiency. He saw Campos, a woman of science, facing a phenomenon that defied every law she knew. And he felt the heat of the pebble in his pocket, a piece of the outer hull, corrupted data. He was linked to it, an unwanted connection, a 50-year-old scar, but a connection nonetheless. "Wait," Walt said, his voice loud, cutting through the tense silence. He took a step away from the others, toward the center of the small canyon, placing himself in the open. "You want a catalyst, a biological component. You said the vessel is old, damaged." The blond man stopped, his attention shifting entirely to Walt. "Correct. The primary systems are failing. The organic interface is degrading. Repair is necessary for departure." Departure. The word hung in the air, a shocking revelation. It wasn't a permanent resident. It wanted to leave. "You need a trade," Walt continued, thinking fast, his words measured. "A life for a life, that's what you said, but she," he gestured to Romy, "is young, healthy, a prime specimen." He forced the clinical words out, hatting them. Me, I'm old, my systems are failing too, I'm full of corrupted data. He was gambling, betting on a logic he could not possibly understand. The blond man's expressionless face did not change, but the voice in their heads held a new quality, a hint of consideration. Your biological matter is nearing the end of its operational cycle. Its energy potential is low. The female is superior. The surveyor on the cliff made a low clicking sound. Its yellow eyes seemed to brighten. Energy potential isn't all I have, Walt pressed, his heart hammering. He reached into his pocket and pulled out the small, black stone. It was almost too hot to hold, pulsing with a faint inner light. You said this is a piece of your hull. It's been connected to my biosignature for 50 years, saturated with it. That's a unique bond. Data you don't have, information on long-term environmental integration. He was talking nonsense, weaving scientific jargon he barely understood with desperate hope. But he watched the blond man. He watched the creature on the cliff. The voice returned, slower this time. The proposition is novel. The degraded sample offers unique longitudinal data, a trade-off between energy potential and informational value. The algorithm requires assessment. The blond man stood perfectly still. The surveyor on the cliff also remained motionless, its lights fixed on Walt. The world seemed to hold its breath. Walt could feel a silent, high-speed conversation happening just beyond his senses, a debate between the creature and its emissary. "Walt, no," Romy whispered from the cave, trying to get to her feet. Mateo held her back. "Be still, child," the old guide murmured. "The man is making a bargain." After a lifetime of silence, the voice came again. "The data has value. The exchange is acceptable. The degraded unit for the others." A wave of relief so powerful it was nauseating washed over Walt. It was quickly followed by the cold certainty of what he had just done. The blond man raised his hand. "The terms are agreed upon. The others will be given a path. They will not be pursued. You will remain." "How do I know you'll keep your word?" Walt demanded, his voice shaking slightly. The blond man's lips curved into the faintest, most unsettling of smiles. "You do not. But we have no reason to expend energy on a completed transaction. It would be inefficient." He turned his gaze to the cave. "You have until the star above the northern ridge touches the stone. Then the path will close." He pointed to a bright, singular star, low on the horizon. "Go now." Mateo did not hesitate. He pulled Romy and Campos from the cave. "Come on, we move." Romy resisted. "We can't just leave him." Tears streamed down her face. "He made a choice, girl," Mateo said, his voice rough with emotion. "You will honor it, or we all die here." Walt looked at her, at this stubborn, brave woman who was so much like the grandfather he had failed. "Go," he said, his voice softer than he intended. "Get the story. Get it all. Don't let it be for nothing." He watched them go, a small, desperate group vanishing into the darkness. Romy looked back once, her face a mask of anguish. Then she was gone. Walt was alone. Alone with the silent, marble-skinned man and the monster on the cliff. The blond man turned back to him, his face once again a serene, emotionless mask. The transaction will now be completed. He beckoned Walt forward with a single, graceful motion of his hand. Walt walked toward him, his legs feeling like lead. He stopped a few feet from the shimmering figure. The surveyor detached itself from the cliff. It did not climb down. It simply dropped, landing on the canyon floor with a heavy yet silent impact that sent a tremor through the rock. It unfolded to its full, terrifying height, looming over them both. It was a giant of obsidian and starlight. It extended one of its long, three-fingered hands. It was not a threatening gesture. It was an invitation. "What do you want me to do?" Walt asked, his voice a hoarse whisper. The blond man did not answer. He simply pointed to the surveyor's open hand. Walt looked at the hand. It was made of the same black, crystalline material as the rest of its body, but the palm was different. It was a complex, shifting latticework of light and shadow, like a three-dimensional circuit board. At its center was a depression, perfectly shaped to receive the hot pebble he still clutched. He understood. He was not just giving his life. He was completing a circuit that had been broken for 50 years. He took a deep breath, the cold desert air filling his lungs one last time. He thought of his quiet life in Arizona, of the workshop, of the blessed silence after grounding himself. He had run from this moment his entire life. Now there was nowhere left to run. He stepped forward and placed the hot stone into the depression in the surveyor's hand. The moment it made contact, a surge of energy erupted. A blinding, pure white light engulfed him. It was not hot. It was cold, a fire of ice that seared his nerves. The static in his head, his lifelong companion, rose to an unbearable, deafening crescendo. He felt the surveyor's mind crash into his own, not as a gentle touch or a whisper, but as a tidal wave. 50 years of its silent observations, its alien thoughts, its cold, lonely existence flooded his consciousness. He saw the crash from its perspective, the blinding panic, the pain of a vessel torn apart. He saw the long, silent decades of waiting, watching the planet's strange, loud biology evolve around it. He felt its hunger, its desperation to repair itself and return to the vast, cold emptiness of deep space. His own memories flared and died like sparks in a furnace. His childhood, his time in the Air Force, the face of his wife, the quiet years of solitude, all consumed, processed, and filed away as irrelevant data. He felt his body beginning to fail, his heart stuttering, his lungs refusing to draw breath. He was being unwritten. His last coherent thought was not of fear, but of a strange, profound peace. The static was finally gone. He was part of the signal now. The circuit was complete. The silence was at last absolute. Chapter 9. The Long Road Out. The flight from the canyon was a blur of terror and adrenaline. Mateo led them with an unerring instinct, his worn boots finding a path in the darkness that seemed impossible. Romy, stumbling, leaning on Dr. Campos, could think only of Walt's silhouette against the impossible light, a final, defiant act of sacrifice. The guilt was a physical weight, heavier than the exhaustion that permeated her body. They did not dare look back. They pushed on, driven by the blond man's cryptic deadline, the star touching the northern ridge. The desert that had been their prison was now their only hope of escape. "He saved us," Campos panted, her voice tight with a mix of awe and horror. His unique biosignature, his long-term contamination with the artifact, it made him more valuable as a data point than as a simple energy source. A qualitative versus quantitative bargain. Astonishing. "He is not a data point," Romy snapped, her voice raw. "He was a person." "Hush, both of you," Matteo ordered, his voice a low growl. "Save your breath. We are not clear yet." He was right. The silence of the desert was no longer the empty, oppressive quiet they had known. It was a watchful silence. Romy felt a prickling sensation on her skin, the undeniable feeling of being observed by something vast and indifferent. The deal had been for their lives, but it did not guarantee an easy passage. They reached the basin where their camp had been destroyed just as the first hint of dawn began to lighten the eastern sky. The target star was now kissing the top of the ridge line. The path was about to close. The sight was a scene of quiet devastation. The embers of their fire were stone cold. Campos's trailer was a dark, hollowed-out husk. Walt's old truck and Matteo's Jeep sat where they had left them, untouched. "The doctor was wrong," Matteo said, a note of surprise in his voice. He walked to his Jeep and turned the key in the ignition. With a sputter and a roar, the engine came to life. The headlights cut through the pre-dawn gloom. "The dead tech field is gone," Campos realized, her eyes wide. "The surveyor. When he completed the circuit with Walt, it must have allowed it to focus its energy inward, to begin the repairs. It's no longer drawing power from the environment." The silence had changed. It was no longer a void. Faintly, Romy could hear the distant chirp of an insect. A morning bird called out from the rocks. The world was slowly coming back to life. The predator had finished its hunt and returned to its lair. They climbed into Matteo's Jeep, the cabin feeling like a sanctuary. As Matteo turned the vehicle around, Romy looked back one last time at the basin. In the growing light, she saw something new. In the center of the basin, where the surveyor had stood over their fire, the ground was changing. The sand and rock were darkening, coalescing. A structure was rising from the desert floor, a spire of black, crystalline material that mirrored the texture of the surveyor's skin. It was growing slowly, silently, reaching for the sky. "It is beginning," Matteo said, his eyes fixed on the rearview mirror. "It is building its ship again." "It's terraforming," Campos breathed. "Using the local geology, converting it. Walt. He wasn't just a battery, he was the key, the catalyst to start the process." The black spire was already 30 feet high, a jagged shard of another world scarring the desert landscape. Romy felt a profound sense of dread. They had not escaped a monster. They had merely witnessed its birth. The drive out was a silent, grim affair. They crossed back into the United States without incident, the border guard waving them through with a lazy gesture. The moment they were on American soil, Romy's phone, which had been a dead brick for days, chimed to life, deluged with notifications. One message stood out from a sender she did not recognize. It contained only a set of coordinates and a single word: contingency. "My podcast," she said, her voice hollow. I have a dead man's switch. If I don't check in every 12 hours, my producer uploads all my research. The mission roster, the censored documents, my notes on Walt, everything. Her last check-in had been nearly 2 days ago. She frantically typed a message to her producer, her fingers clumsy. I'm okay. Do not post. Repeat, do not post the Mapami file. A reply came almost instantly. Too late, Romy. It went live an hour ago. It's everywhere. Romy felt the floor drop out from beneath her. Walt's sacrifice had bought their lives, but his final wish, for the story to be told, had just been granted in the most explosive way possible. As if on cue, a black, unmarked helicopter crested the hills in front of them, followed by another. They were flanked on the road by two black SUVs that seemed to appear from nowhere, boxing them in. A woman's voice, cold and authoritative, crackled over a loudspeaker. Mr. Flores, Dr. Campos, Ms. Vega, pull your vehicle over. This is a matter of national security. Deputy Director Shaw had come to collect them, but she wasn't just there to suppress a secret anymore. She was there to manage a global crisis. The secret was out, and a black spire was, at that very moment, growing in the heart of the Chihuahuan desert, a beacon for the entire world to see. The containment had failed. Chapter 10: The Firebreak. The debriefing, if it could be called that, took place in a sterile, windowless room in a location so classified it probably did not have a name. Shaw sat opposite them at a steel table, a slim tablet in front of her. Armed guards stood by the door. The air was cold, recycled. Mateo was stoic, his face an unreadable mask. Campos was vibrating with a mixture of terror and intellectual excitement, occasionally muttering about first contact protocols and non-carbon-based biology. Romy was numb. Let's dispense with the pleasantries, Shaw began, her voice devoid of any warmth. Your podcast, Ms. Vega, has created an international incident. My agency has spent 50 years ensuring this situation remained stable. You and your associates have destabilized it in 72 hours. Your stability was a lie, Romy shot back, a spark of her old fire returning. You left a man to die. You let that thing fester in the desert. What we did, Shaw said, leaning forward, was establish a fire break. We contained a threat we could not eliminate. You just kicked a flaming log over it. She swiped a finger across her tablet and turned it to face them. It showed a live satellite feed. The black spire in the desert was now immense, hundreds of feet high, a jagged, unnatural mountain that glinted in the sun. Around its base, the desert was changing. The purple cacti were gone, replaced by the same black, crystalline growth. The zone was expanding. It's converting the local biomass, Campos said, her eyes glued to the screen. It's using Walt's, the data he provided, to accelerate its growth. It's rewriting the environment. Correct, Doctor, Shaw said. And now that the world knows something is there, we have a problem. The Mexican government is mobilizing troops. The Russians and Chinese are repositioning satellites. Every news agency on the planet is trying to get a camera in there. The quarantine is broken. So what do you want from us? Mateo asked, speaking for the first time. We are no use to you now." "On the contrary," Shaw said, her cold eyes settling on Romy. "You are the only ones who have communicated with it." "We didn't communicate with it," Romy said, the memory of the blond man's voice making her shudder. "It tried to have us killed." "It made a deal," Shaw corrected. "A transaction. That implies a logic we can interface with. You have proof of concept. Walt Hendricks was the first successful negotiation with a non-terrestrial intelligence in human history." The statement was so grotesquely clinical that Romy felt a fresh wave of nausea. "And now you want us to go back," Campos realized. "You want us to talk to it. We need to understand its objective, its timeline, its weaknesses. You are, for better or worse, our experts." Shaw's gaze was hard. "This is no longer a request. Your former lives are over. You saw something you should not have seen. Now you work for me. You will help me understand the thing in the desert, or you will spend the rest of your lives in a room very much like this one." Romy looked at Mateo, at Campos. They were prisoners, conscripted into a war they had inadvertently started. Her quest for the truth about her grandfather had unleashed a horror on the world, a monster that was now building its vessel to leave, or to do something far worse. "What about the blond man?" Romy asked. "The lure, what was it?" Shaw's expression tightened for the briefest of moments. "We have no data on that phenomenon. It does not appear on any of our sensors. As far as our instruments are concerned, you were talking to thin air." The implication was chilling. The most intelligent, articulate part of the entity was completely invisible to human technology. "You have 1 hour to acclimate," Shaw said, standing up. "Then your real work begins. We are going back to the zone of silence. But this time, we're not going in with a jeep. We're going in with the United States military." She walked out, the guards closing the door behind her, the lock engaging with a heavy, final thud. Romy looked at the satellite image on the tablet, at the black spire that was Walt's tombstone and monument. His sacrifice had saved them, but it had also given the surveyor the key it needed. He had not just started the engine, he had given it the map. And now they were being sent back into the heart of the storm to find out where it was going. The story wasn't over. It had just begun. Chapter 11. The Devil's Backbone. The Zone of Silence had a new name, a Restricted Operations Area, or ROA. A firebreak had become a front line. The staging ground was a hastily constructed military base just north of the invisible border, a chaotic swarm of canvas tents, communications arrays, and the constant thrum of generators. The air tasted of dust and diesel. Shaw's new command center was a series of interconnected, climate-controlled shipping containers, a sterile island in a sea of military grit. Romy, Mateo, and Dr. Campos were now designated special consultants, a title that felt like a euphemism for prisoners with privileges. They were given new clothes, practical, sand-colored fatigues, and assigned quarters. They were never left alone. Their every conversation was monitored, their movements tracked by the guards who shadowed them with polite, unwavering vigilance. Their first official briefing took place in the main container, the war room. A massive digital map of the ROA dominated one wall. In its center, the area around the growing spire was colored a deep, angry red. "The anomaly," as we're calling it, is expanding at a geometric rate, Shaw stated, packing before the map. The crystalline conversion of biomass is accelerating. Drone analysis shows the spire itself is hollow. It's constructing from the inside out. We believe it's a launch vehicle, but its energy signature is unlike anything we've ever seen. A man in an Air Force general's uniform cleared his throat. We have contingency plans, Director. A targeted strike. General, a conventional strike is not an option. Shaw cut him off, her tone sharp. We don't know what a kinetic impact would do. Would it destroy the anomaly, or would it simply shatter it, scattering active, self-replicating crystalline fragments across the continent? Would it trigger a catastrophic energy release? We are operating in the dark. Her eyes flickered toward Campos. Doctor, your theories on its energy consumption. Campos, who seemed to thrive under the pressure of scientific inquiry, stepped forward. It has passed a threshold. Initially, it was a passive leech, absorbing ambient energy. Waltz, integration, acted as a catalyst. It can now actively convert matter to energy. The spire is a massive biological particle accelerator. It is not just building a ship. It is building its fuel source from the desert itself. And its weakness, the general pressed. We don't know, Campos admitted. Its crystalline structure is almost frictionless and harder than diamond. Thermal weapons would likely be absorbed, and its primary defense seems to be the manipulation of local electromagnetic fields. It can disable any advanced electronics that get too close. Romy listened, a growing sense of dread settling in her stomach. They were talking about the Surveyor as if it were a complex weapons system, but she had seen its intelligence, its cold, transactional logic. You're all missing the point, Romy said, her voice cutting through the military jargon. Everyone turned to look at her. You're trying to figure out how to fight the monster. You should be trying to understand why it's here. It wants to leave. Walt gave it the key to start repairs. What if we could give it something else? Something to make it leave faster? Shaw looked at her, a flicker of interest in her eyes. What are you suggesting, Ms. Vega? The blonde man, the interface. It's the only part of the entity that exhibited reason. We need to talk to it again. As I said, it's a ghost. It doesn't appear on any sensor, Shaw countered. But it appeared to us, Romy insisted. There must be a trigger, a specific condition that summons it. Mateo, who had been silent throughout the briefing, finally spoke. His voice was low, but it commanded the attention of the room. It appears when the other one is hunting. It is the shepherd that leads the sheep to the slaughter. You do not summon it. It chooses when to appear, and it only appears on its own ground. Then that's where we're going, Shaw decided. A small team, reconnaissance in force. We need to get eyes on the ground close to the spire. We need to collect samples of the converted matter, and if the opportunity presents itself. Her gaze met Romy. We establish contact. The mission was codenamed Devil's Backbone, named for the jagged ridge of rocks they would use for their approach. The team was small, a squad of 4 elite soldiers, led by a quiet, capable captain named Foley. Romy, Campos, and Mateo were the civilian component. Shaw would monitor everything from the command center. As they prepared their gear, Captain Foley approached Romy. He was a man in his late 30s with calm, steady eyes that had seen far too much. "Ma'am," he said, his voice professional, "Director Shaw has made it clear that your safety is a secondary objective. The primary objective is data acquisition. My orders are to complete the mission with or without you. Am I clear?" "Crystal," Romy replied, her throat tight. The transport was a specially modified helicopter, stripped of most of its advanced electronics. Navigation would be by line of sight and dead reckoning. As they lifted off, the military base shrank below them, a tiny outpost of order against a vast, chaotic landscape. They flew low and fast, hugging the terrain. Below them, the desert was scarred. The expanding circle of crystalline conversion was visible from the air, a dark, spreading stain on the earth. It looked like a disease. At its heart, the black spire reached toward the sky, a silent, obsidian needle aimed at the heavens. It was larger than it had been on the satellite feed, its growth constant. They landed a few miles from the perimeter of the dead zone, in a swirl of dust and rotor wash. The moment the engine spooled down, the silence slammed into them. It was the same unnatural quiet, but now it felt different. It was not empty. It was charged, humming with a latent power that made the fillings in Romy's teeth ache. "This is as far as we go," the pilot's voice crackled over the internal comms. "Any closer and our systems will fail. Good luck." The ramp lowered. Foley and his soldiers disembarked, their movements efficient, practiced. They formed a perimeter, weapons ready. Romy, Campos, and Matteo followed them out into the oppressive heat. The helicopter lifted off immediately, its retreat seeming loud and frantic. Then they were alone. 7 people standing on the edge of a new and hostile world. "All right, listen up," Foley said, his voice low. "We move fast, we move quiet, 2-hour operational window. We get the samples, we get out. Dr. Campos, you're with me. Ms. Vega, you're with Sergeant Diaz. Mr. Flores, you take point, let's move." They advanced on foot, a small, fragile line of humanity against the alien landscape. As they crossed the invisible perimeter into the converted zone, the ground beneath their feet changed. The sand and rock gave way to a hard, black, crystalline substance that crunched under their boots. The air grew cold, the heat of the sun seemingly unable to penetrate the area. They were walking on the skin of the anomaly. Campos was ecstatic, her fear eclipsed by the opportunity. She knelt, her sample kit already open, scraping a fragment of the black ground into a vial. "The efficiency is astounding," she muttered. "It's a complete atomic restructuring. There's no waste product, pure conversion." They moved deeper into the zone, the black spire looming over them. The silence was absolute. No wind, no sound, nothing. Romy's heart hammered against her ribs. She kept scanning the area, half expecting the blond man to appear from behind a crystalline outcrop, his face a mask of serene judgment. Suddenly, Matteo held up a hand, freezing the group. He pointed. Ahead of them, nestled among the black, geometric formations, was something that did not belong. It was a cow, or what was left of one. It was one of Javier Ochoa's missing cattle. The animal was frozen in place, standing on all fours. But its flesh, its hide, its very bones had been converted. It was a perfect, life-size statue of a cow, rendered in the same black crystalline material as the ground. Its eyes were wide with a final, uncomprehending terror. "It doesn't just convert the ground," Foley whispered into his comms. "It converts living tissue." As they stared at the gruesome statue, a low, resonant hum began to vibrate through the soles of their boots. It grew in intensity, a deep, powerful thrum that seemed to come from the spire itself. "What's happening?" Romy asked, her voice tight. "It knows we're here," Matteo said, his eyes wide with fear. "It's waking up." The black ground beneath their feet began to glow, faint lines of light tracing complex, circuit-like patterns all around them. The patterns converged, racing toward the spire. The entire zone was a single, massive piece of technology, and they were standing in the middle of it as it powered on. The hum intensified, becoming a physical pressure that made their chests ache. The spire had begun its work. Chapter 12: Cathedral of Lies. The light spreading through the crystalline ground was not warm. It was cold and blue, the color of a gas flame. It illuminated the alien landscape from below, casting their faces in a ghostly pallor. The humming intensified, vibrating not just in their feet but in their very bones. "Fall back," Foley yelled, his voice strained against the crushing pressure of the sound. "To the perimeter now." But it was too late. The lines of light converged around them, forming a glowing, intricate circle. They were trapped inside a massive, living circuit board. The humming ceased abruptly, replaced by a profound, ear-popping silence. The light in the ground held steady. "What was that?" Sergeant Diaz, the soldier tasked with protecting Romy, murmured, his rifle sweeping the area. "A system check," Campos answered, her eyes wide with a terrifying understanding. "It was performing a diagnostic. It's preparing for something." As she spoke, the spire itself began to change. A section of the black, crystalline wall near the base became translucent. The solid obsidian turned to smoky quartz, revealing the hollow interior. And inside, bathed in a soft, internal luminescence, were figures. Dozens of them. They were human, or they had been. They stood motionless, arranged in concentric circles, their faces tilted up towards the apex of the spire. Romy recognized the uniforms of the recovery team from her grandfather's grainy photograph. She saw the tattered jumpsuit of a scientist who looked disturbingly like the long-dead Dr. Jensen. She saw local ranchers, lost hikers, and others she did not recognize, a catalog of the zone's victims over the past 50 years. And in the very center, elevated on a crystalline dais, was a figure in the remnants of a USAF officer's uniform. His body was fused with the dais, intricate lines of light running from the floor, through him, and up into the spire's structure. It was Walt Hendricks. "My God," Romy whispered, her hand flying to her mouth. He wasn't a catalyst who had been consumed. He was the central processing unit, the organic component, just as the blond man had said, integrated into the machine. His face was placid, his eyes closed, but the faint blue light pulsing through him suggested a consciousness of some kind. "They're not dead," Campos stammered, horrified. "They're batteries, organic conduits. Their neural energy is being siphoned, channeled by Hendricks, and used to power the construction." This wasn't a tomb. It was a cathedral built of lies and powered by stolen souls. Foley was speaking urgently into his comms, his voice tight with controlled panic. Watchtower, this is Devil's Backbone. We have multiple friendlies inside the anomaly structure. I repeat, we have what appears to be 50 years of missing persons, including a U.S. Air Force recovery team. They are integrated. How copy? The reply was a burst of static. The surveyor was already jamming their communications. As they stared, transfixed, a new figure appeared inside the spire. It moved with a serene, fluid grace, walking among the still forms, the blond man. He stopped before the dais, placing a hand on Walt's shoulder. He looked out through the translucent wall, his piercing blue eyes meeting Romy's across the distance. He gave a slow, deliberate nod, an acknowledgement. You see now. The thought was not a voice, but a simple, cold statement of fact planted in her mind. Then the ground trembled, not with the low hum from before, but with a deep, grinding shudder. A section of the spire's wall slid open, creating a perfect, arched doorway. It was an invitation. It's a trap, Foley stated, his rifle aimed at the opening. It's an audience, Romy countered, her gaze locked with the blond man's. It wants to negotiate. We are not negotiating with that thing. The general's voice suddenly crackled through Foley's comms, distorted but audible. The surveyor was allowing the transmission through. Your orders are to retrieve a sample and withdraw. You are not authorized to engage. Our withdrawal is no longer an option, sir, Foley replied grimly. We are contained. The blond man beckoned, a single, elegant gesture. The terms have changed. The vessel requires more. The transaction is incomplete. It wants one of us, Romy said, the horrifying realization dawning on her. It's expanding its collection. One of Foley's soldiers, a young private, panicked. He raised his rifle and fired a 3-round burst at the crystalline cow statue. The bullets ricocheted off the black surface with bright, angry sparks, screaming off into the silence. The reaction was instantaneous. The blond man vanished from inside the spire. The translucent wall turned opaque again, and from the dark, open doorway the surveyor emerged. It moved with a speed they had not seen before, unfolding its spindly limbs in a blur of motion. It was not hunting this time. It was repelling an attack. It crossed the distance to the panicking soldier in 2 long, silent strides. It did not use a weapon. It simply reached out and placed its hand on the private's helmet. There was a flash of intense blue light. The soldier's body went rigid, his rifle clattering to the crystalline ground. For a second, he was encased in a shimmering energy field. Then the field vanished and the soldier remained perfectly still. His skin, his uniform, his weapon, everything had been converted. He was another black statue, his face a mask of shock and terror, a permanent monument to his mistake. The remaining 3 soldiers opened fire, their training taking over. Bullets sparked and whined off the surveyor's body, having no effect. It ignored them, its glowing yellow optics fixed on the rest of the group. It took a step toward them. Cease fire, Foley yelled, realizing the futility. Don't provoke it. The surveyor stopped. It tilted its head, the gesture of cold curiosity they had seen before. The situation had de-escalated as quickly as it had begun. It was not interested in a fight. It had demonstrated its power, neutralized the immediate threat, and was now waiting. "It's waiting for our answer," Campos whispered, her face pale. "It wants a volunteer." This was Shaw's test. She had sent them in here, knowing this was a possible outcome. She was not just collecting data on the anomaly, she was collecting data on them, on their breaking points. Romy looked at the spire, at the tomb of her grandfather's comrades, at Walt, the man who had sacrificed himself for them. She looked at the fresh statue of the soldier, a young man whose name she didn't even know. This was a place of endless, horrific consumption. She took a step forward. "I'll go." "No," Mateo said, grabbing her arm. His grip was like iron. "This is not your sacrifice to make." He stepped in front of her, facing the monstrous creature. He removed his dusty hat, holding it to his chest. "I am old," he said, his voice steady, speaking not to the creature, but to the memory of his ancestors who had lived and died in this desert. "My family has given this land its due for generations. It is my time." He started walking toward the spire, toward the dark, open door. He did not look back. The surveyor watched him, its optics glowing. It seemed to approve. It took a step back, clearing the path to the doorway. Mateo walked with a calm, steady dignity, a man meeting a fate he had long accepted. He was 5 steps from the entrance when a voice echoed through the crystalline landscape, amplified and distorted. "Stand down, Mr. Flores. That will not be necessary." Everyone looked up. On the ridge of the devil's backbone, silhouetted against the sky, stood a figure. It was Deputy Director Shaw. She was not in her command center. She was here. And she was not alone. Behind her were a dozen more figures, dressed in heavy, armored suits, carrying weapons unlike any military hardware Romy had ever seen. They were not soldiers. They were something else. "I believe," Shaw's amplified voice declared, a chilling confidence in her tone, "it's time for a more direct negotiation." Chapter 13. The Dead Hand. Shaw's arrival was a paradigm shift. Her team moved with an unnerving, silent efficiency, descending from the ridge. Their armored suits were matte black, angular, and devoid of any insignia. The weapons they carried were not conventional firearms. They were bulky, complex devices with coiling wires and prominent energy cells. This was not a military unit. This was Shaw's personal retinue, a ghost crew she had kept hidden in the shadows. "Captain Foley, stand your men down," Shaw commanded as she reached the basin floor, her voice crisp in the strange air. Her own attire was a more streamlined, officer's version of the armored suits. "Your part in this exercise is over." Foley hesitated, his face a mask of confusion and suspicion. "Director, who are these men?" "They are my solution," Shaw replied, her gaze fixed on the surveyor which stood motionless before the spire's entrance, observing the new arrivals. "Mr. Flores, I appreciate your theatrical gesture, but we will not be sacrificing anyone today." She gestured to her team. They spread out, forming a wide semicircle, their strange weapons humming with latent power. This was not a reconnaissance mission anymore. It was an assault. "What are you doing?" Romy demanded, stepping toward Shaw. "You said you couldn't attack it." I said a conventional strike was not an option, Shaw corrected, a cold smile touching her lips. This is anything but conventional. Dr. Campos, you theorize that it feeds on energy. You were correct. You were also, I suspect, correct that it has a weakness. She nodded to one of her men. He aimed his weapon not at the surveyor but at the crystalline statue of the dead soldier. He fired. There was no explosion, no projectile. A beam of shimmering, distorted air shot from the weapon, hitting the statue. The statue did not shatter. It dissolved. The black, crystalline material seemed to unravel at an atomic level, turning into a cloud of gray, inert dust that collapsed onto the ground in a soft pile. Campos gasped. A resonance cascade, a targeted frequency designed to break the atomic bonds of the crystalline structure, but the power required. The power has been the problem for 50 years, Shaw said, but technology advances. We are not just here to negotiate, Ms. Vega. We are here to capture an asset. The surveyor reacted. It took a menacing step forward, its yellow optics brightening, the air around it crackling with energy. The ground beneath their feet began to glow again. Now, Shaw commanded. Her team fired in unison. A dozen resonance beams converged on the surveyor. The creature was enveloped in a cage of shimmering energy. It let out a sound for the first time, a high-frequency shriek of pure static that grated on the ears and vibrated in the skull. It thrashed against the energy cage, but the beams held. The crystalline skin on its limbs began to flake away, turning to dust where the beams made contact. They were hurting it. "Director, what are you doing?" Foley yelled. "You'll kill us all." "The beams are focused," Shaw stated calmly, never taking her eyes off the struggling creature. "The resonance frequency is tuned specifically to the anomaly's atomic structure. It is harmless to organic matter." The surveyor, realizing it could not break the cage, changed tactics. The shriek stopped. The pressure in the air vanished. The light in the ground faded. The creature went completely still within its energy prison, its optics dimming. "It's conserving energy," Campos warned. "It's adapting." As if on cue, the spire behind it began to glow, a deep, pulsing red. The translucent wall reappeared, showing the horrifying tableau within. The figure of Walt Hendricks on the dais began to convulse. The lines of light running through him intensified, burning with a ferocious, white-hot intensity. The other figures, the captured souls, began to stir, their movements jerky and puppet-like. "It's drawing power from the conduits," Campos said, her voice filled with dread. "It's using them to reboot." A new sound filled the air, a low, guttural moan that seemed to come from the spire itself. It was a sound of immense, ancient pain. The ground shook violently. Cracks appeared in the spire's surface, not from damage, but as if the structure were deliberately reconfiguring itself. From the top of the spire, a long, whip-like tendril of black crystal erupted, lashing out at the sky. Then another, and another. The spire was growing appendages, turning from a static structure into a living weapon. One of the tendrils whipped down with impossible speed, aimed directly at Shaw's team. "Evasive maneuvers," Shaw yelled. Her men scattered, but the tendril was too fast. It smashed into one of the armored soldiers, not with a physical impact, but with a wave of pure force. The man was thrown through the air, his armor crumpling like tinfoil. The surveyor within its cage pulsed with red light, mirroring the spire. The resonance beams flickered. It was using the spire as an external weapon, powered by the souls trapped within. Romy watched in horror. This was not a capture. This was a war, and Shaw had fired the first shot without understanding her enemy. Matteo grabbed her arm. "We must go," he said, his voice urgent. "They have awakened the heart of the devil. This place is no longer safe for the living." He pulled her and Campos away from the battle, back toward the rocks of the devil's backbone. Foley, seeing his mission had been supplanted by Shaw's insane gambit, ordered his remaining 2 men to follow. "We're ghosts now. Go." As they ran, Romy looked back. Shaw's team was being systematically dismantled. The spire's tendrils struck with intelligent, brutal precision. The surveyor in its cage was pulsing faster and faster, the resonance beams weakening with every pulse. Shaw, seeing her plan failing, pulled out a device from her belt. It was a small, cylindrical object with a single red button, a dead man's switch, a failsafe. "If I can't have it," Shaw screamed over the chaos, her face a mask of fury and desperation, "no one can." She pressed the button. For a moment nothing happened. Then from the sky a single silver streak appeared, moving faster than any jet. It was a missile, but not a conventional one. An orbital kinetic bombardment weapon. A rod from God. The ultimate contingency. A sterile weapon designed to penetrate deep underground before detonating, creating an artificial earthquake. It was aimed directly at the spire. The surveyor stopped pulsing. The spire's tendrils froze. Everything went silent. The creature, the spire, the very air seemed to be watching the silver streak descend. The blond man appeared, not on the ground but in the air, floating before the spire. He was no longer serene. His face was contorted in a silent scream of fury. He raised his hands toward the descending orbital rod. He was going to try and stop it. Chapter 14, 0 Point. The world held its breath in the instant before impact. The silver rod, a tungsten telephone pole delivered from orbit, fell with the fury of a vengeful god. The blond man, a shimmering, defiant specter, met it with outstretched hands. For a fraction of a second the two forces met. A shield of pure, white energy erupted around the blond man, the missile visibly slowing as it hit the barrier. The air cracked with the strain. But the sheer kinetic force was too much. The shield shattered. The blond man disintegrated into a cloud of glittering dust. The rod struck the spire, not with an explosion, but with a soundless, crushing impact that drove the entire structure 100 feet into the crystalline ground. The real effect came a moment later. A wave of seismic energy erupted from the impact point. It was not a normal earthquake. The ground did not shake, it liquefied. The black crystalline floor buckled and flowed like water, throwing Shaw's remaining soldiers from their feet. A deep, grinding groan echoed from the depths of the earth, the sound of bedrock fracturing miles below. Romy and the others, halfway to the ridge, were thrown to the ground. Romy's head struck a rock and her vision swam. Through the dizzying haze, she saw the spire, half buried but still intact, begin to glow with an impossible, blinding white light. The cage of resonance beams holding the surveyor had failed. The creature was free. It stood amidst the chaos, its body shedding dust, revealing a new, sleeker surface beneath. The attack had not destroyed it. It had stripped away its old, weathered shell. It looked new, healed. It turned its head and looked directly at Shaw. Shaw, scrambling to her feet, stared back, her face a mixture of disbelief and terror. Her ultimate weapon, her final solution, had failed. She had not killed the beast, she had freed it. The surveyor raised its hand. From the glowing spire, a line of white energy shot out, striking the creature's open palm. It absorbed the power, its body humming, its optics shifting from yellow to a brilliant, menacing white. It had been disconnected from its power source. Now it had reconnected, and the power flowing into it was terrifying in its magnitude. "Director, we have to go," one of her remaining men screamed, pulling her away. The surveyor took a step toward them, and the ground in front of it erupted, a pillar of black crystal shooting up from the depths, blocking their path. It was reshaping the battlefield at will. From their vantage point, Romy, Mateo, Campos, and Foley's small team watched the rout. "What was that weapon?" Foley demanded, his face ashen. 0 point, Campos whispered, her eyes wide with horrified realization. "A kinetic strike. No radiation, no fallout. Designed to trigger geological events. She tried to bury it, to cause a cave-in that would entomb it forever. Instead, she gave it a direct line to the geothermal energy of the planet," Mateo finished, his voice grim. "She did not bury a devil. She opened the gates of hell." The surveyor was no longer a cautious, observing creature. It was a whirlwind of destruction. It moved through Shaw's remaining team, not with anger but with a cold, terrifying efficiency. Crystal pillars erupted, trapping men. Waves of force threw them against the rocks. Beams of energy, focused through its hands, dissolved their advanced armor into dust. It was a display of absolute, overwhelming power. Shaw and a single bodyguard were the only ones left. They were trapped, the spire behind them, the creature before them. The surveyor stopped, its white optics fixed on the woman who had tried to destroy it. It tilted its head. The spire pulsed. The translucent wall flickered into existence. Inside, the figure of Walt Hendricks stirred on his dais. His eyes, which had been closed, snapped open. They were no longer the eyes of a man. They were pools of pure, white light. The consciousness of the surveyor, now supercharged, looked out through Walt's stolen face. A voice, not the blond man's melodic thought, but a cacophony of 1,000 voices. Walt's, Davies, Jensen's, all the captured souls, spoke directly into Shaw's mind. It was a chorus of agony and fury. "You cannot contain us." Shaw screamed, a raw, animal sound of pure terror. She raised her sidearm and fired uselessly at the creature. The bullets flattened against its chest. The surveyor reached for her. "We can't stay here," Foley said, grabbing Romy's arm and pulling her to her feet. "That thing is rewriting the laws of physics. This whole area is unstable." They retreated up the rocky slope of the Devil's Backbone, casting fearful glances back at the scene of destruction. The last thing Romy saw was the surveyor's hand closing around Shaw. There was a flash of white light, and then nothing. They reached the top of the ridge and scrambled over, putting the battlefield out of sight. The seismic tremors were growing worse, the very mountains around them groaning in protest. They ran, fueled by pure adrenaline, back toward the extraction point. When they arrived, the helicopter was gone. It had obviously aborted the mission when the earthquake began. They were stranded, miles from the base, with a godlike being remaking the world behind them. As they stood there catching their breath, a new sound reached them. It was a low, powerful thrumming, growing steadily louder. It was coming from the direction of the spire. They all looked back toward the ridge. The spire was visible over the top of the rocks. It was glowing so brightly it was hard to look at. The tendrils it had grown were retracting, the entire structure becoming smooth and streamlined. The ground around it was cracking, venting steam and plasma. "It's a countdown," Campos said, her voice shaking. "The strike didn't destroy it. It didn't empower it. It jump-started it. It gave it the final surge of energy it needed for launch." The low thrum became a deafening roar. The spire began to lift from the ground, not on a plume of fire and smoke, but on a cushion of pure, silent, anti-gravitic force. It rose slowly at first, a mountain of black crystal ascending into the morning sky. It cleared the surrounding peaks, then accelerated, a silent black spear aimed at the stars. In less than a minute it was a speck in the upper atmosphere. Then it was gone. Silence descended upon the desert, a true natural silence. The birds began to sing again. The air grew warm as the sun reasserted its dominance. The pressure, the hum, the feeling of being watched, it was all gone. The surveyor had left. They stood in stunned silence, a small, ragged band of survivors. Foley checked his comms. "This is Captain Foley. Is anyone receiving? Watchtower, do you copy?" The radio crackled. "Lid copy, Captain," a voice came back, filled with static and disbelief. "What is your status? What the hell just happened out there?" "The anomaly is gone," Foley reported, his voice flat with exhaustion. "It's gone." Romy looked at the empty space in the sky where the spire had been. It was over. The monster had left. But a cold, terrible thought began to form in her mind. The spire had been a launch vehicle. It had been a cathedral powered by human souls. Walt, her grandfather's comrades, Shaw, they were all inside it. They were not a power source for its journey. They were its crew, its cargo. The surveyor was not just a pilot who had crashed on Earth. It was a collector, and it had just left with its prize, a collection of human souls, taking them to a destination unknown. It had not been stranded here. It had been waiting. And Walt's sacrifice had not been a bargain. It had been the final acquisition it needed. Chapter 15. The New Silence. The debriefing was a somber, surreal affair. It took place not in a military facility, but in a quiet, heavily secured wing of a hospital in Virginia. Foley, his men, Mateo, Campos, and Romy were held in comfortable quarantine, subjected to a battery of physical and psychological tests. They were survivors, witnesses, and now secrets to be managed. A new man was in charge. He introduced himself only as Mr. Graves, a quiet, graying man from an agency even more shadowy than Shaw's. He listened to their accounts without expression, his fingers steepled, his eyes revealing nothing. The official story was being written, and they were the primary sources. "Let me be clear," Graves said, his voice soft but laced with steel. "The events at ROA Delta never happened. Director Shaw and her team were killed in a tragic helicopter crash during a classified training exercise. The seismic event in the Chihuahuan Desert was a deep, natural earthquake along a previously unmapped fault line. A piece of an experimental military satellite, the Spire, was briefly visible before it disintegrated upon re-entry. This is the truth. Any other version of events will be treated as an act of treason." It was a threat wrapped in a cover story. "And the missing people?" Romy asked, her voice hollow. "My grandfather's team, Walt Hendricks, Shaw, you're just going to erase them." "They have been missing for 50 years, Ms. Vega," Graves replied gently. "They will continue to be missing. As for Director Shaw, she died a patriot. Her reputation will be preserved." Over the next few weeks, the world moved on. The story of the Mapami quake faded from the headlines, replaced by other crises. The military blockade of the area was quietly lifted. The zone was still there, a massive crater of black, inert crystal, but the energy was gone. It was just a scar now, a dead place. The survivors were eventually released, one by one, with new identities, generous bank accounts, and the heavy weight of their shared secret. Foley and his men were reassigned to a Black Ops unit, their skills too valuable to waste. Dr. Campos was given a state-of-the-art private laboratory, a gilded cage where she could analyze the data she had collected under Graves' watchful eye. Mateo Flores, with a quiet handshake and a look of deep, ancient sorrow, was flown back to his ranch, to live out his days on the edge of the silent, wounded desert. Romy was the last to be processed. "You're a special case, Ms. Vega," Graves said during their final meeting. "You're a storyteller, a journalist. That makes you dangerous." "What are you going to do? Lock me up forever?" "No," Graves said. "That would be inefficient, and it would disrespect the sacrifice of Mr. Hendricks. He wanted you to tell the story, and in a way you will." He slid a file across the table. It was a job offer. She was to join his organization as an analyst, a profiler. Her official duty would be to study fringe events, to separate credible threats from internet noise. Her real job, she understood, would be to watch the skis. "The surveyor called Earth a loud, disorganized consciousness," Graves said, confirming he had read every detail of their reports. "It was drawn here by our signals, our chaos. It found something it valued, something it took. It is naive to think it is the only one of its kind. You, Ms. Vega, are now our expert on what to look for. You are the first line of defense in a war you helped to reveal." Romy accepted. She had no other choice. Her old life was gone. She moved to a sterile apartment in a northern Virginia suburb, surrounded by spies and bureaucrats. She spent her days in a quiet office, sifting through data, looking for patterns, for anomalies, for the faintest whisper of another collector arriving from the void. Her podcast, The Mapami File, became a cult classic among conspiracy theorists, a piece of fiction so compelling people thought it had to be real. She never publicly acknowledged it again. One night, months later, she was working late, staring at a deep space radio telemetry chart. It showed signals from a distant probe. The data was routine, boring. But then she saw it. A fluctuation. A tiny, almost imperceptible dip in the energy signal, followed by a burst of patterned static. Her blood ran cold. She isolated the static, cleaning up the audio, amplifying it. It was not random noise. It was complex, layered. She ran it through a dozen translation algorithms, but none of them worked. On a hunch, she ran it through a different kind of program, one that analyzed bioacoustic signatures. The result came back, and the words on her screen made her stop breathing. Signal structure analogous to human neural activity. Specifically, the patterns of memory consolidation during REM sleep. It was a signal from the surveyor's ship, now deep in interstellar space. But it wasn't the surveyor's voice. It was the cargo, the souls of Walt and Shaw and all the others. They weren't just prisoners. They were dreaming, and their dreams were being broadcast. She leaned closer to the speaker, turning up the volume, listening to the static, to the layered, dreaming minds. And within the chaos, she heard a single, clear thought emerge from the noise, a familiar voice she recognized with a chilling certainty. It was the voice of Walt Hendricks, not screaming in agony, but speaking with a cold, clear purpose, a fragment of his consciousness still intact, now part of the alien machine. It was a warning, a message for her. "It's not a collector," the voice said from across the abyss. "It's a scout, and it's going home with the map." Romy stared at the screen, at the signal from the departing ship. The silence of her office was broken only by the sound of her own frantic heartbeat. The monster was gone, the threat had passed, but the true horror was just beginning. Earth was no longer an anonymous, noisy planet in an empty void. It was now a known location, a marked territory, and something, somewhere, was waiting for the scout to return. The silence that was left behind was not an ending. It was the quiet before a storm far greater than any of them could ever imagine. Chapter 16. The Echo of a Ghost. The screen glowed in the sterile darkness of the analytics department. Romy sat hunched over her console, the low hum of the servers the only sound. The signal was still there, a faint, persistent whisper from the void. The resonance of bone, the sleepwalkers, the resonance of bone, the sleepwalkers. The words looped in her mind, a frantic attempt to categorize the incomprehensible. She had listened to the fragment of Walt's voice a dozen times, each repetition etching the terror deeper. "It's not a collector, it's a scout, and it's going home with the map." She did not call Graves. She did not send a priority email. She stood up, took the small, encrypted hard drive containing the isolated signal, and walked out of the department. The corridors of the facility were silent, white, and endless. The guards at the sector checkpoints watched her pass, their eyes following her with professional indifference. She was a known quantity, the Mapami girl, a tamed asset. She found Graves in the global telemetry room, a vast, dark chamber where one wall was a constellation of lights representing every known satellite, probe, and vessel in Earth's sphere of influence and beyond. He stood alone, observing the quiet dance of data. "Mr. Graves," she said, her voice steady. He did not turn. "You found something, Ms. Vega. I assumed you would. Your profile suggested a high aptitude for pattern recognition in chaotic data sets." "It's broadcasting," she said, stepping beside him. "The ship, the surveyor's vessel." "I know," Graves said calmly. "We've been tracking the low-frequency carrier wave since it cleared the Kuiper belt. We classified it as residual energy discharge from its propulsion system." "It's not discharge," Romy said, her voice hardening. "It's a signal, and it has a passenger." She walked to an auxiliary console, slotted the hard drive, and brought the audio file onto the main speakers. She did not play the chaotic, layered dreaming of the collective. She played only the fragment she had managed to isolate. Walt's voice filled the cavernous room, thin and stretched by distance and alien technology, but undeniably his. "Scout, going home, with the map." The silence that followed was heavy, profound. The tiny lights on the wall continued their silent, ignorant waltz. Graves turned his head slowly, his eyes finally meeting hers. His face was a placid mask, but she saw a new intensity in his gaze, the look of a chess master who has just had an unexpected piece moved on the board. "A ghost in the machine," he murmured. "Fascinating. The psyche of Mr. Hendricks has survived assimilation, at least in part, a persistent echo." "It's more than an echo," Romy insisted. "It's a warning. What is the map? Is it our planetary defenses, our population centers?" "It is everything," Graves said, turning to face the star map. "It is our biology, our technology, our psychology. The ship did not just collect a few dozen souls. It performed a deep data scan of this entire planet for 50 years. Its cargo is not just a crew. It's a living, screaming archive of everything we are. A perfect intelligence portfolio for an invasion." He walked to the console where Romy stood. He replayed the signal, closing his eyes, listening intently. "The scout is not the threat," he said, thinking aloud. "The threat is where it's going, the recipient of the message." He opened his eyes. "We have been proceeding on the assumption that we are dealing with a single exploratory entity. That assumption is now void. This was a targeted information-gathering operation, a prelude." "So what do we do?" Romy asked. "We can't stop the ship. We can't block the signal." "No," Graves agreed. "We cannot fight a war 100 billion miles away. We must fight it here, on the ground where it began." His gaze was distant, cold. A signal was sent. A signal was also received. A scout leaves a trail. It leaves infrastructure. "The crater," Romy breathed, the realization chilling her. "The dead zone." "There is no such thing as a dead zone, Ms. Vega. There is only active and dormant. We need to know what it left behind. We need to understand the technology of the map it took. The crater is not just a scar. It's the crime scene. And it may be the only place we can find a defense." He picked up a secure phone on the console. He dialed a single number. "This is Graves. I am reactivating Protocol Chimera. I want Dr. Campos on a secure transport within the hour. Get Captain Foley and his team ready for deployment, and find me Mateo Flores. I want him at ROA Delta by sunrise tomorrow." He hung up. He looked at Romy, his expression unreadable. "You have a unique relationship with the anomaly," he said. "A certain resistance, a familiarity. You heard the ghost in the machine when no one else could." "What are you saying?" "I am saying you are no longer an analyst, Ms. Vega," Graves stated. "You are our primary asset. Pack your bags. You are going back to the desert." Romy felt a familiar dread, a cold resignation. She had thought she was out, that her role was to watch from a safe distance. But Graves was right. She was part of it. The zone was a wound on the world, and she was stitched into it. The silence had been broken, not by the departure of the monster, but by the faint, terrifying echo it had left behind. Chapter 17: The Whispering Crater. The return to the Chihuahuan Desert was a jarring exercise in contrasts. The chaotic, makeshift military base was gone. In its place stood a permanent, sterile research facility, designated Outpost Chimera. Prefabricated white buildings were connected by covered walkways. A 10-foot-high fence topped with razor wire enclosed the entire compound. The only thing that remained the same was the oppressive, watchful silence of the land itself. Foley met her at the landing pad. He looked older, the lines around his calm eyes deeper. He wore the same simple fatigues, but he moved with the grim authority of a man now fully entrenched in Graves's shadow world. "Vega," he said, the name a simple acknowledgement. He led her toward the main building. "Things have changed since your last visit." "I can see that," Romy said, her gaze sweeping over the clinical order imposed on the wild landscape. "Graves believes in infrastructure," Foley explained. "We have geological sensors, atmospheric analyzers, a full biolab. We have been studying the crater for months. Nothing. It's inert. A hunk of exotic dead crystal. We have taken to calling it the scab." He led her into a briefing room. Mateo Flores was already there, sitting at the table, a cup of coffee untouched before him. The old man looked out of place amidst the polished steel and glowing screens, a piece of the old desert trapped in a cage of new technology. He gave Romy a slow nod, his eyes filled with a weary sadness. "The old wounds do not heal," he said, his voice a low rumble. Before Romy could answer, Dr. Campos burst into the room, followed by 2 lab assistants trailing with equipment. She was a whirlwind of frantic energy, her hair wilder than ever, her eyes burning with an intense, sleepless fire. "The signal is confirmed," she announced, foregoing any greeting. She plugged a tablet into the room's main display. A complex waveform appeared on the screen. "It's not audio, it's not radio, it's a quantum-entangled resonance. The ship and the crater are linked, like 2 tuning forks that were struck at the same time. When one vibrates, the other resonates, regardless of distance. It's broadcasting, but the transmission is so subtle, so buried in background noise. We mistook it for geological settling." "What is it broadcasting?" Foley asked. "Dreams," Romy said quietly. Everyone looked at her. "It's broadcasting the consciousness of the cargo, the memories of Walt and the others." Campos stared at her, her jaw slack. "My God, a psychic signal. The crater is an antenna, a receiver." A receiver that is doing what precisely? A new voice asked. Mr. Graves appeared on the main screen, a live feed from his office in Virginia. We don't know, sir, Campos admitted. The energy levels are negligible. For all intents and purposes, the crater is dormant. My people say otherwise, Mateo said, his voice cutting through the scientific jargon. The room fell silent. He turned his gaze to the screen where Graves's image hovered. For the last month there have been stories in the villages. Ceballos, Escalon, people near the edge of the zone, they have bad dreams, nightmares of men in old uniforms of burning deserts under alien stars. They wake up screaming. Mass hysteria, Campos suggested, though her voice lacked conviction. A psychological echo of the event. A week ago, Mateo continued, his voice dropping lower, a family went missing. A man, a woman, 2 small children. Their truck was found abandoned 10 miles from here. They were looking for scrap metal. The Federals searched for 3 days. Nothing. He paused, letting the weight of his words settle. Yesterday, a patrol from this facility found them. Foley's expression darkened. He knew this part of the story. Where did they find them? Graves asked from the screen. Inside the security perimeter, Mateo said. Less than 100 yards from the edge of the crater. They were asleep, standing up, huddled together. They will not wake up. Their eyes are open, but they see nothing. The doctors in Durango call it a catatonic fugue. A heavy silence filled the room. The clinical, scientific problem had just become a human tragedy. There is more, Mateo said, his eyes hard. In the sand next to where they stood was this. Foley placed a clear evidence container on the table. Inside was a small, intricate object. It was a perfectly rendered sculpture of the surveyor's ship, the Black Spire, no bigger than a man's hand. It was made of pebbles, rusty bolts, pieces of glass, and dried cactus fibers, the junk of the desert, assembled with an impossible, alien precision. The family built it, Foley said grimly, in their sleep. Romy stared at the sculpture, the sleepwalkers. It was not just dreams. The signal was making them do things. The crater was not just a receiver. It was becoming a transmitter, broadcasting instructions, rewriting minds. We need to get a sample, Campos said, her voice trembling with a terrifying mix of fear and excitement. Not from the edge, from the center, from the point of impact. We need to know what the transmission medium is. We've sent drones, Foley said. They lose power and crash the moment they cross the inner ridge. Something is still protecting the center. Then we go ourselves, Campos insisted. That is not an option, Graves said from the screen, his voice firm. The risk of psychic contamination is too high. As he spoke, a siren began to wail from outside, a frantic, rising pitch. A red light flashed in the briefing room. Foley grabbed his radio. Watchtower, what is it? Report. A panicked voice came back over the speaker. Sir, it's the West Perimeter, Sector Gamma. It's one of our own, Private Miller. He was on guard duty. He just walked away from his post. Walked where? Foley demanded. Toward the crater, sir, the voice stammered. He's not responding, he's just walking, and he's humming. Sir, it's not a tune, it's a dial tone. On a secondary screen, A security camera feed flickered to life. It showed a young soldier walking in a stiff, unnatural gait across the desert scrub, heading directly for the immense, black, crystalline scar. The camera's microphone was sensitive enough to pick up the sound he was making. A single, monotonous, electronic note. A human being had become a carrier wave. The new silence was over. The whispering had begun. Chapter 18. The Architect of Dust. "Do not engage him," Foley's voice boomed over the base-wide comm system. "I repeat, maintain your distance. All personnel fall back to the main compound. Seal the doors." In the briefing room, they watched the monitor in horrified silence. Private Miller continued his inexorable march toward the crater, his movements stiff, like a marionette on a string. The monotonous humming was constant, a chilling counterpoint to the wailing sirens. "Get a medical team ready," Foley ordered into his radio. "Trank gun only. I want him taken alive, but I do not want anyone within 50 feet of him." He turned to the others. "Campos, what the hell are we looking at?" "It's an active broadcast," she said, frantically typing on her console, bringing up Miller's medical file. "He's not just receiving the signal, he's retransmitting it. He's become a mobile antenna. Look at his vitals." She pointed to a telemetry feed from Miller's mandatory health tracker. "Heart rate is flatline stable. Brain activity is showing a dominant, rhythmic theta wave. It's not a pattern of sleep or wakefulness. It's the pattern of a machine." "Can you stop it?" Graves asked from the main screen, his face a grim, emotionless mask. "Stop it? I don't even understand it," Campos shot back. "This is like asking a Stone Age man to debug a supercomputer. We are dealing with a form of consciousness that operates as a field effect. It's infectious." On the monitor, Miller reached the edge of the crater. He did not stop. He walked onto the black, crystalline ground, his boots making no sound. He continued toward the center, a lone, possessed figure in a vast, dead landscape. "He's crossing the inner ridge," Foley observed, his voice tense. "The drones failed there." Miller did not fail. He walked on unaffected. "Of course," Romy breathed. "The drones failed because they were machines with their own power source. It read them as foreign, but Miller, it thinks he's one of its own. He's been authorized." As Miller reached the absolute center of the crater, the place where the rod from God had struck, he stopped. He fell to his knees. The humming ceased. He lowered his head, his hands falling to the crystalline ground. He began to dig. He did not dig like a man. He moved with a frantic, inhuman speed, his fingers scrabbling at the super-hard material. It should have been impossible, but the crystal seemed to flake away under his touch, turning to dust. He was not just digging, he was sculpting, shaping the ground beneath him. "He's an architect," Mateo whispered, his voice filled with an ancient dread. "Like the family, he is building something for it." Two of Foley's soldiers, clad in heavy EOD suits for protection, approached the edge of the crater, their tranquilizer rifles raised. They were just taking aim when Miller stopped digging. He raised his head slowly. Though he was hundreds of yards away, it felt as if he were staring directly at them, directly through the camera. A new voice came over the comms, layered on top of the panicked reports from the watchtower. It was a woman's voice, cold, imperious, and filled with a chilling, metallic echo. It was the voice of the late Deputy Director Shaw. Asset acquisition is a secondary objective, the voice said, speaking from Miller's mouth. Primary objective is site preparation. Stand down your units. The soldiers with the trank guns froze. In the briefing room, a wave of cold shock silenced everyone. It was not just Walt's ghost in the machine anymore. Shaw's consciousness, aggressive and domineering, had survived assimilation and was now an active agent in the alien matrix. It's using her memories, Romy said, her mind reeling. Her strategic knowledge. It's not just dreaming through them anymore. It's learning from them, weaponizing them. It's creating lieutenants, Graves said, his voice dangerously quiet. It's delegating. On the screen, Miller, or Shaw, using Miller's body, resumed his work. He was not just digging a hole. He was creating a complex geometric pattern in the dust, a sigil of alien design. "We have to get him out of there," Foley insisted. "No," Campos argued, her eyes glued to her readings. "Don't you see? This is our chance. He's our probe. He's connected to the core of this thing while he's active. I can get a reading. I can trace the signal back to its source." She began working frantically, routing power, adjusting sensors, trying to piggyback on the psychic connection Miller had established. The room was filled with the frantic clicking of her keyboard. For 10 minutes the tense tableau held, the possessed soldier digging his impossible pattern, the scientists in the lab racing against time, the soldiers outside waiting for orders they hoped would not come. Then Campos gasped, "I have it! Oh my God, I have it!" She brought a new image up on the main screen. It was a 3D topographical map of the crater based on deep-ground radar scans. But now it was overlaid with her new energy readings. The readings revealed a structure beneath the surface. It was not a solid mass of crystal. Deep beneath the crater floor there was a network, a web of what looked like tunnels or conduits, all converging on a single point directly beneath where Miller was kneeling. And at that single point there was a hollow space, a chamber. "There's something down there," Foley said. "It's the seed," Mateo said, his voice barely a whisper. "The first crash, the Athena rocket, your government, they thought they cleaned it up. They were wrong. They only buried the heart." Campos zoomed in on the chamber. The resolution was poor, but the object within it had a distinct, familiar shape. It was a long, angular shard of black metal, a piece of the original alien vessel that had crashed in 1970. It was the source of the resonance, the true antenna. As they stared at the image, Private Miller finished his work. He stood up. The pattern he had etched into the ground was a perfect, miniature replica of the conduit network deep below. He had drawn a map. Then he turned his head and looked at the sky. Shaw's voice spoke through him again, no longer just a broadcast but a declaration. "Phase 1 complete. Preparing site for terminal descent." "Terminal descent," Foley repeated. "What the hell does that mean?" Romy's blood ran cold. She knew. She remembered Walt's warning. The ship was a scout. It had gone home with the map. "It's not for the surveyor," she said, her voice shaking. The sight isn't for the ship that left. She looked at the image of the buried, waiting artifact, the sleeping heart of the machine. It's a beacon, she whispered, a homing beacon for the invasion. Chapter 19. The Buried Heart. The declaration hung in the air, a death sentence delivered in Shaw's cold, repurposed voice. Terminal descent. The words implied an arrival, an end. Get him out of there. Now, Graves's voice commanded from the screen, his composure finally cracking, replaced by raw urgency. I don't care what it takes. Bring that soldier in. Foley was already moving. All teams advance on the target, full incapacitating agents, flood the area. But the crater had other ideas. As Foley's teams mobilized, the pattern Miller had etched into the dust began to glow with the same blue, cold light as before. The light did not stay on the ground. It lifted, forming a shimmering, three-dimensional projection of the buried network, a cage of light that pulsed in time with Miller's steady, mechanical breathing. "It's a shield," Campos yelled, pointing at her monitors. "The energy readings are off the charts. It's drawing power directly from the artifact below. It has created a localized dead tech field. Our electronic targeting systems will fail if they get too close." "Then we go analog," Foley bit out, grabbing a pump-action shotgun loaded with beanbag rounds from a weapons locker. "Diaz, you're with me." The two soldiers sprinted from the compound, heading for the shimmering cage of light. Inside the briefing room, Romy stared at the projected map of the buried conduits. The heart, the original shard from 1970, pulsed on the screen, a dark, malevolent core. It had been there the whole time, sleeping, waiting. The surveyor hadn't needed to take all of its ship with it. It had only needed to take the software, the stolen consciousnesses. The hardware was already in place. "We can't stop whatever's coming," Romy said, thinking aloud. "Not from up here. We have to stop the signal. We have to shut down the antenna." "We'd have to get to it first," Campos countered. "It's buried under 100 feet of reinforced, hyperdense crystal." "What about the conduits?" Romy asked, pointing at the map. "The tunnels. If Miller could dig to create the pattern, maybe they aren't solid. Maybe they are actual passages." "It's possible," Campos conceded. "They could be maintenance tunnels, a way for the entity to repair itself, but they would be sealed." Mateo, who had been staring intently at the screen, spoke up. "There is one place," he said, his voice low. He walked to the screen and pointed to a spot on the periphery of the crater, far from the center. A single, thin conduit line snaked away from the main network, ending near a series of rocky outcrops. The Devil's Backbone, in the canyon where the old man, where Hendricks made his bargain. There was a cave. Romy remembered it, the dead-end canyon, the shallow cave where they had hidden. "I have been back there," Mateo said. "After the government men came and went, the cave is deeper now. The back wall collapsed during the earthquake. It leads down. The air that comes from it is cold, and it hums." They were all staring at him. "It's an access point," Foley's voice crackled over the comms. He and Diaz had reached the energy shield and were being forced back, the non-lethal rounds from his shotgun dissolving before they even hit the barrier. "It's a service entrance, a back door." Graves's face on the screen was grim. He processed the information for a long, silent moment. The choice was clear and terrible. Captain Foley, your team will provide a distraction. Keep the entity's attention focused on Miller and the shield. Do whatever it takes. He then turned his virtual gaze to the three people left in the room. Dr. Campos, I need you here, monitoring the energy flows, guiding them. Ms. Vega, Mr. Flores, I am sending you into that cave. I am sending you to the heart of this thing. To do what? Romy asked, a cold knot forming in her stomach. We have no weapons that can affect it. You are not going there to destroy it, Graves said. You are going there to communicate with it. Walt Hendricks is still in there, a ghost in the machine, a fragment of humanity in the storm. If he could send one warning, perhaps he can do more. You, Ms. Vega, are the only one who has heard him. You are our only hope of reaching him. You must convince him to fight back, to sever the connection, to shut down the beacon. It was an insane plan, a desperate last-ditch appeal to a dead man's soul trapped inside an alien god machine. And if he can't, Romy asked. Then you have one other option, Graves said. From a compartment in the briefing room wall, a single, heavy case emerged. Graves nodded to it. Open it. Romy opened the case. Inside, nestled in thick foam, was a small, cylindrical device. It was not a weapon. It was a canister fitted with a complex timer and a dead man's switch. What is it? It is Dr. Campos's life's work, Graves explained. A biological agent, a custom-engineered virus designed to attack silicon-based crystalline structures, highly experimental. Theoretically, it can produce a chain reaction that will decompose the entire crystalline mass into inert dust. Campos looked horrified. But it's not stable. We've never tested it on this scale. The feedback loop could be catastrophic. It could liquefy this entire region. It is our very last resort, Graves said, his voice flat. If you cannot reach Hendricks, you will set that timer for 30 minutes and you will get out. You will buy us time, at any cost. Romy looked from the canister to Mateo. The old man met her gaze, his face grim but resolved. He had known this was his path all along. The desert asks for a sacrifice, Mateo said quietly. It is time to pay. Chapter 20, The Second Voice. The journey to the Devil's Backbone was a desperate, high-speed race. Foley assigned his last remaining soldier, Sergeant Diaz, to drive them in a stripped-down, rugged jeep, while he and his men created a loud, chaotic diversion at the crater's main shield. Explosions and gunfire echoed from behind them, a furious, futile assault designed to keep the entity's attention focused on the illusion of a frontal attack. The jeep bounced punishingly over the rough terrain. Romy clutched the heavy case containing Campos's world-ending virus, the weight of it a constant, terrifying reminder of their mission's stakes. Mateo sat beside her, his face set like stone, his eyes scanning the familiar, treacherous landscape. The entity, the spire, it used Walt, Romy said, the words spilling out, a need to make sense of the horror. It used his mind as a template to understand us. What if it's doing the same to Shaw, using her tactical knowledge to direct its defense? It is more than that, Mateo said, not looking at her. The old ones in my village, they say a hungry spirit does not just eat the flesh. It wears the skin. It speaks with the stolen voice to lure the rest of the flock. They reached the canyon where they had been trapped, the place of Walt's bargain. It felt like a lifetime ago. Diaz brought the jeep to a halt at the entrance. "This is as far as I go," he said, his hand resting on his rifle. "My orders are to secure the entrance and wait for you for 30 minutes. He looked at Romy, his eyes conveying the grim reality. "After that, I am ordered to fall back, no matter what." Romy nodded. She understood. She and Mateo entered the canyon on foot. The air was still but heavy, charged with the same latent energy as the crater. They reached the small cave at the far end. Just as Mateo had described, the back wall was gone, replaced by a dark, descending passage. A low, monotonous hum, the same note Miller had been making, emanated from the darkness. It was the song of the machine. They switched on their headlamps. The beams cut into the blackness, revealing a tunnel that was not natural rock. Its walls were the smooth, black, crystalline material, pulsing with faint, blue circuit lines of light. It was one of the conduits, a service tunnel to the heart. With a shared grim look, they stepped inside. The conduit descended at a steep angle. The air grew colder, the humming louder, more physical. It vibrated in their chests, a constant, oppressive presence. The walls were unnervingly smooth, frictionless. After a few hundred feet, the tunnel leveled out and opened into a vast, cavernous space. They had reached the core chamber. It was immense, a cathedral of living technology. The conduits they had seen on the map snaked across the ceiling and walls, all converging on the center of the chamber. And in the center, suspended in a web of glowing energy lines, was the source. The shard, the original piece of wreckage from 1970. It was 50 feet long, a jagged spear of obsidian-like material that pulsed with a dark, internal energy. This was the buried heart of the anomaly. As they stared in awe, the humming intensified. The energy lines pulsed brighter. A voice entered their minds, sharp and angry. Shaw's voice. "Intruders. The sub-level access has been breached. You cannot interfere with the preparation." "Shaw," Romy called out into the cavern, her voice feeling small and thin. "We know you're in there. You have to fight it. Don't let it use you." A harsh, metallic laugh echoed in their thoughts. "Fight it? I am it. I have brought order to its chaos, purpose to its power. It was a blunt instrument. I have honed it into a weapon." On the far side of the chamber, the crystalline wall began to shimmer and flow. A shape emerged, coalescing from the black material. A perfect, life-sized replica of Deputy Director Shaw, dressed in her severe suit, her face cold and imperious. It was not a projection. It was a solid construct, a golem. "This is my operation now," the Shaw construct said, her voice a perfect imitation, though it came from all around them, not from the golem's mouth. "The fools in my old agency thought they could contain this. I will command it. When the fleet arrives, I will be the one to greet them. I will offer them a planet that is already pacified, already under control." "You're insane," Romy said, backing away. "Insanity is fighting a superior force," the golem countered, taking a smooth, gliding step toward them. Wisdom is joining it. You have a choice. You can be integrated or you can be erased. The humming in the chamber rose to a painful shriek. The psychic pressure was immense. Romy stumbled, clutching her head, the cacophony of the stolen souls threatening to overwhelm her. She saw flashes of their lives, a rancher's worry for his cattle, a soldier's memory of his son's birthday, Walt's quiet mornings in his workshop. Mateo stood his ground. He closed his eyes, his lips moving in a silent prayer. He seemed less affected, his mind a fortress of quiet faith against the technological onslaught. "Walt!" Romy screamed, focusing all her will, pushing back against the noise. "Walt, I know you're in there. It's not just a map. It's an invasion. You have to stop the beacon." For a moment there was nothing but Shaw's triumphant, psychic laughter. But then, a new voice cut through the chaos, faint, distorted, but filled with a familiar, stubborn grit. Walt's voice. "Can't stop the beacon, part of the core, programming, but can change the coordinates." The central shard pulsed violently. The Shaw golem staggered, its form flickering. A conflict was happening within the machine's consciousness. Walt was fighting back. "The map, it needs a destination," Walt's voice strained. "I can reroute it. Give them a new target, a false positive." Shaw's voice screamed in fury. "Traitor, you will not compromise this vessel." The golem lunged, its hands forming into long, crystalline blades. Mateo pushed Romy behind him, bracing himself for the attack. But before the golem could reach them, the central shard flared with a brilliant white light. The psychic scream cut off. The Shaw golem froze in mid-stride, then dissolved, collapsing into a pile of black dust. A single clear thought from Walt filled their minds. It was calm, resolute. "It's done. The new coordinates are locked in. I've aimed them. At a dying star, it will be a long trip for nothing. A pause it cost, everything, the others. Shaw, they are gone, burned out of the system. There is only me now, and not for long. The system is correcting." The chamber began to tremble. The energy conduits flickered and died. The great shard in the center started to fade, its internal light extinguishing. "You have to go," Walt's final message came. "It's all collapsing. Thank you, Romy, for..." The silence. The humming stopped. The psychic pressure vanished. The chamber was plunged into absolute darkness and a true, profound silence. The beacon was offline, but the entire network was failing. The ceiling above them began to crack, shedding crystalline dust. "He did it," Romy whispered in the dark. "He saved us." "He did," Mateo said, grabbing her arm. "Now we must honor him by living." They turned and ran, their headlamps cutting a frantic path back through the dying conduit, the sound of the collapsing God machine chasing them all the way. Chapter 21: The Inheritance of Dust. The escape was a desperate, blind scramble. The conduit groaned around them, the death rattle of a machine tearing itself apart. The blue light in the walls flickered and died, plunging them into a darkness so absolute that their headlamps seemed feeble, swallowed by the oppressive black. Chunks of crystalline material fell from the ceiling, shattering on the floor around them. "Faster," Mateo urged, his grip firm on Romy's arm, pulling her along. The steep incline was treacherous. their boots slipping on the smooth, disintegrating floor. Behind them, a deep, grinding roar signaled the final collapse of the core chamber. A wave of pressure and dust blasted up the tunnel, threatening to overwhelm them. They pushed on, fueled by the terror of being buried alive in the tomb of an alien god. They burst out of the cave entrance into the gray light of dawn, gasping for breath, covered in a fine layer of black, inert dust. The canyon was shaking, the ground itself trembling with the death throes of the machine below. Sergeant Diaz ran toward them, his face a mask of relief and alarm. "Are you all right? We have to go. The whole ridge is unstable." They did not need convincing. They piled into the jeep, Diaz spinning the vehicle around and roaring away from the devil's backbone just as a massive section of the cliff face where the cave had been calved off, collapsing into the canyon with a deafening boom. They had escaped by seconds. The drive back to Outpost Chimera was surreal. The frantic energy of the base had vanished. Soldiers stood in stunned groups, staring at the crater in the distance. The shimmering shield was gone. The possessed Private Miller lay on the ground, attended by medics, alive but unconscious. The immediate threat had vanished as suddenly as it had appeared. When they arrived, Foley met them, his face streaked with grime. "What happened in there? All our sensors just flatlined. The energy signature is gone." "Walt Hendricks happened," Romy said, her voice hoarse. "He won." Inside the briefing room, the atmosphere was thick with a mixture of disbelief, relief, and profound uncertainty. Mr. Graves was on the screen, his face for once showing a flicker of emotion. Grim satisfaction. "Report," he commanded. Romy and Mateo recounted the events in the core chamber. The Shah Golem, the battle for control of the machine, Walt's final, sacrificial act of rerouting the invasion beacon to a dead star. When they finished, the room was silent. "He gave them a new map," Graves murmured, processing the information. "A map to oblivion, an elegant, poetic solution." He looked at them, his professional mask returning. "Mr. Hendricks is a hero of a war no one will ever know was fought, as are you all." "So it's over?" Dr. Campos asked, her voice trembling. "It's finally over." "The immediate threat is neutralized," Graves corrected. "The beacon is silenced, but the technology remains. The crater, the artifact. They are still there. Our work here is just beginning. We must understand what we have inherited." In the days that followed, a strange quiet settled over Outpost Chimera. The crater was now truly dead, a massive, sterile monument of black crystal. The sleepwalking family in Durango woke up with no memory of the past week. Private Miller recovered, his only recollection being a vague, disturbing dream of a woman in a suit yelling orders at him. The psychic contamination had ended. The survivors of Devil's Backbone were quietly decorated in a ceremony attended only by Mr. Graves. They were heroes of an impossible conflict, their medals destined to be hidden in a drawer forever. Mateo Flores announced his intention to return to his ranch. "My part in this is done," he told Romy as they stood watching the sunset over the wounded desert. "This land has been scarred, but it will heal. It always does. The desert remembers, but it also endures." Dr. Campos threw herself into her work with a renewed, almost manic fervor. The dead crater was now the greatest scientific treasure trove in human history. She had a lifetime of study ahead of her, funded by Graves's bottomless black budget. Romy knew she could not go back to her sterile apartment in Virginia. Her place was here, at the heart of the secret she had helped uncover. Graves agreed. She was made a permanent consultant at the outpost, her official role to liaise between the scientific teams and the intelligence analysts, to provide the context that only a witness could. One evening, a week after the event, she was walking the perimeter fence with Foley. An uneasy peace had settled between them, the shared trauma forging a bond of unspoken understanding. "Do you think he's really gone?" Romy asked, her gaze fixed on the black scar in the distance. "Walt." "I don't know," Foley admitted. "How does a ghost die twice?" He looked at her. "The real question is, what did Shaw mean when the fleet arrives? The Surveyor was a scout, a single ship. What if it wasn't the only one? What if it was just the first?" The question hung in the cool desert air, a chilling possibility that Romy had tried to push from her mind. Walt had stopped one invasion, rerouted by a single, desperate act. But if there were other scouts, other beacons, other sleeping gods buried under the earth? As if to punctuate the thought, a call came over Foley's radio. It was Dr. Campos, her voice electric with excitement. "Foley, Romy, you need to see this. I'm in the main lab. I've been analyzing the dust samples from the core chamber, the material from the collapsed Shaw golem." They found her hunched over a powerful electron microscope, the image displayed on a large monitor. "I thought it was inert," Campos said, her hands shaking. "Just carbon and silica, dead matter, but it's not." She pointed at the screen. It showed the microscopic particles of dust. They looked like grains of black sand, but as they watched, one of the grains moved. It extruded a tiny, hair-like filament and connected with a neighboring particle. A faint, almost imperceptible spark of blue light passed between them. Then another grain did the same, and another. "It's dormant," Campos whispered, her voice a mixture of absolute terror and scientific ecstasy. "Not dead, it's a network, a microscopic, self-replicating network, and it's learning, adapting to its new environment." Romy stared at the screen, at the slow, deliberate connection of the dust particles. The machine had been destroyed, the signal silenced, the invasion averted. But the entity had not been erased. It had simply changed its scale. It had broken itself down into its smallest components, an army of dust motes, each one a seed, a fragment of the original alien consciousness. She remembered Mateo's words. "The desert asks for a sacrifice. It is time to pay." Walt had paid. He had saved the world, but he had not destroyed the monster. He had only shattered it into a trillion patient pieces. And now the dust of the dead god was everywhere, in the air, on their clothes, in the soil of the desert. An inheritance of impossible, terrifying potential waiting silently for a new signal, a new architect, a new voice to give it form. Chapter 22, First Stone. Life at Outpost Chimera settled into a strange, tense routine. Days were spent in sterile labs and quiet briefing rooms, analyzing the dead crater. Nights were spent under the vast, star-filled sky, each satellite pass, each meteor shower a potential source of anxiety. They had won the battle, but the war felt as if it had not even begun. The knowledge of the living dust was a closely guarded secret, known only to the four of them and Graves. It was a weight that isolated them, a quiet horror that colored every moment. Romy dedicated herself to sifting through the archives Graves provided, 50 years of UFO sightings, missing persons cases near geological anomalies, and unexplained energy signals from around the globe. She was searching for patterns, for other potential beacons, other dormant threats. The work was maddening, a search for a needle in a haystack the size of the world. One afternoon, 3 months after the collapse, Mateo Flores appeared at the outpost gate in his battered jeep. He asked to see Romy. They sat in the small, shaded courtyard, a stark contrast to their first meeting. "The dreams have returned to the villages," he said, his voice heavy. "Not the nightmares of soldiers, new dreams, quieter." "What are they dreaming of?" Romy asked, her stomach tightening. "They dream of building," Mateo said. "They dream of laying one stone upon another. They wake up with dirt under their fingernails and no memory of how it got there. This morning, near the well in Ceballos, I found this." He reached into his pocket and placed a small object on the table between them. It was a single, smooth black stone, identical to the hot pebble Walt Hendricks had carried for 50 years. But this one was cold to the touch. "Where did it come from?" Romy whispered. "The people are finding them in their fields, in their homes. They are digging them up in their sleep," Mateo explained. "They say the stones hum. They say they feel like they are supposed to be put together." Romy felt a chill that had nothing to do with the desert air. The dust. The microscopic network was not just connecting, it was assembling. It was using the sleeping minds of the locals as its builders, its architects, compelling them to gather its scattered pieces. She immediately took the stone to Campos. The doctor placed it under her most powerful scanners. The results were terrifying. "It's not a rock," Campos said, her face pale. "It's a data storage device, crystalline memory, and it's full. It contains star charts, biological data, engineering schematics. It's a blueprint." "A blueprint for what?" Romy asked, though she already feared the answer. "For itself," Campos said. "It's a self-replicating instruction set. Each stone is a piece of the puzzle, and it's teaching people how to put it back together." The scout was gone. The beacon was silenced. The consciousness of Shaw and the others had been erased. But the fundamental program remained, the drive to build, to replicate, to prepare. That night, Romy received a priority directive from Graves. An anomalous energy signature had been detected in a remote, uninhabited region of the Siberian tundra. A geological survey team had gone missing. Before they vanished, their last garbled transmission spoke of a strange, metallic spire erupting from the permafrost. Foley entered the lab where she was staring at the report, his face grim. "We're being deployed," he said. "Graves wants us on a plane in an hour." Romy looked from the report on Siberia to the cold, black stone from Ceballos sitting on the lab bench. She looked at the microscopic image of the dust, the patient, connecting network. Walt had not rerouted a single invasion. He had rerouted one ship. The surveyor had not been a lone scout. It was one of many, and they had not been seeding one location for 50 years. They had been seeding the entire planet. The zone of silence was not the only point of infection. It was just the first one to wake up. Romy picked up the cold, black stone, the first piece of a puzzle being assembled all over the world, the first stone of a new, silent, and terrifyingly patient invasion that had already begun, not with a bang, but with a whisper, a dream, and a handful of dust. The war was not coming. They were already living in its ruins. Chapter 23. The White Silence. The inside of the C-17 Globemaster was a cold, vibrating world of gray metal and nylon webbing. The transition had been brutally swift. One day, Romy was feeling the dry heat of the Chihuahuan desert on her skin. The next, she was staring through a reinforced porthole at the endless, unforgiving white of the Siberian wilderness below. The desert had been a silence of emptiness. This was a silence of weight, of a sky so vast and heavy it seemed to crush the very air. Foley sat opposite her, methodically checking his gear. His new team, a 4-person unit hand-picked for this new phase of the war, moved with the same quiet competence as the last. They were designated Task Force Chimera. Dr. Campos was already deep into her data, her console reflecting off her glasses as she cross-referenced atmospheric pressure with magnetic field deviations. She was not studying a past event anymore. She was hunting a live one. Mateo Flores sat beside Romy, a stark figure in his borrowed Arctic gear. He looked smaller in the bulky clothing, but his eyes were the same, ancient, steady, and watchful. He had not hesitated when Graves's summons came. "A devil is a devil," he had said, "whether it wears a coat of dust or a coat of snow." Mr. Graves appeared on a secure monitor bolted to the bulkhead. His face was as impassive as ever, but the urgency was plain. "You are 20 minutes from the drop zone," he announced. "The political situation is delicate. We are deep in Russian airspace without permission. Your operational window is 12 hours. If you are not at the extraction point by 400 Zulu, we cannot guarantee recovery. You will be on your own." He brought up a satellite image of a vast, featureless plain of snow. A single red circle marked their target. The Russian survey team's last known position. They reported geological instability and a sudden, localized magnetic inversion. Their final transmission was just one word: Vypusc, release. "Release of what?" Foley asked. "That is what you are going to find out," Graves replied. "Find the source of the energy signature, analyze its function, assess the threat, and if possible, neutralize it." The screen went blank. The rear ramp of the aircraft lowered, admitting a hurricane of frigid air. The team moved to the edge, their breath plumbing in the wind. They were performing a halo jump, a high-altitude, low-opening insertion to avoid radar detection. Romy's heart hammered against her ribs, the fear of the fall eclipsed only by the fear of what they would find on the ground. The jump was a controlled, terrifying fall through a sky of bruised purple and gray. They landed in a landscape of absolute white. The snow was knee-deep, the wind a physical blade that cut at any exposed skin. The silence was immediate, profound, broken only by the crunch of their boots and the whistle of the wind. They found the Russian camp within an hour. It was a scene of eerie, quiet panic. Tents were ripped open, but not by claws or weapons. The material was stretched and distorted as if blown apart from the inside by a sudden, powerful pressure wave. A pot of frozen coffee sat on a cold stove. Research notes fluttered in the wind, their Cyrillic script detailing seismic readings that made no sense. There were no bodies, no blood. Only footprints, leading away from the camp in a single, straight line, heading north. They all walked off together, Foley observed, kneeling to examine the tracks. No sign of a struggle, they just left. They followed the tracks. For 2 miles they trudged through the oppressive white silence. The magnetic anomaly grew stronger, their compasses spinning uselessly. Campos's handheld sensor began to chime, a frantic, insistent beat in the stillness. Then they saw it. On the horizon, a structure pierced the white emptiness. It was a spire, but not like the one in Mexico. This one was not crystalline. It was made of a strange, black, glassy ice that seemed to absorb the light, making it look like a hole in the world. It was shorter, thicker, and pulsed with a faint, internal violet light. "The composition is completely different," Campos murmured, her voice tight with a kind of terrified reverence. "It didn't convert the local geology. It's using the permafrost. It's flash-freezing atmospheric moisture and integrating meteoric dust. It's growing." As they got closer, they realized the tracks led directly to the base of the icy spire, and it was there they found the missing Russian survey team. They were not statues, they were not sleepwalkers. They were part of the spire. The 6 scientists were frozen within the black ice, their bodies suspended in a helical pattern that wound its way up the structure's interior. They were visible through the semi-translucent surface, their faces preserved in perfect, agonizing detail. Their eyes were wide open, their mouths locked in silent screams. Their parkas, their equipment, their very flesh were part of the solid, frozen mass. They were not dead bodies in a block of ice. The ice and the bodies were one and the same material. They were components, frozen in the moment of their assimilation. Foley's team cursed under their breath, their weapons raised but useless. Matteo made the sign of the cross, his breath catching in his throat. Romy stared at the horrifying tableau, at the spiral of frozen screams. This was not a power source like the cathedral in the desert. This was not a communication hub. The word from the final transmission echoed in her mind. Release. "It's not building a ship," she whispered, the horrifying purpose of this new spire dawning on her. "It's a delivery system. It's a factory." As she spoke, the violet light within the spire pulsed brightly. A low, cracking sound echoed from the peak. A section of the black ice at the very top began to fracture, not from melting, but as if something inside were pushing its way out. The Siberian anomaly was not preparing for a departure. It was preparing to release its payload. Chapter 24: The Permafrost Hive. The cracking sound intensified, a series of sharp, percussive reports that echoed across the tundra. The top of the black ice spire fissured, splitting open like a seed pod. From the newly opened chasm, a thick, white mist vented into the frigid air, roiling and churning as it met the wind. "Biological agent," Foley barked, his team immediately pulling on their gas masks. "No," Campos said, her eyes glued to her handheld scanner. "It's not a gas, it's particulate. Microscopic crystalline structures suspended in supercooled vapor, spores." The wind carried the mist toward them. They backed away, creating distance, but the cloud was vast and dispersed quickly, a ghostly breath dissipating into the white emptiness. "What was that?" Diaz, Foley's second-in-command, asked, his voice muffled by the mask. "What did it just release?" "A replication method," Romy answered, her mind racing, connecting the dots. "The Mexican spire was a foundry built to leave. This one is a nest. It's designed to stay, to spread." The spire pulsed again, another deep crack running down its side. The frozen figures of the Russian scientists trapped within were illuminated by the violet light, their silent screams seeming to mock the living. "We need to get a sample of that ice," Campos insisted, her scientific imperative overriding her fear. "I need to know its composition, how it integrates organic matter without decomposition." "Negative, Doctor," Foley said firmly. "We are not approaching that thing until we know what it's capable of." As if on cue, the ground beneath their feet trembled. A low, grinding noise began, not from the spire, but from the frozen earth all around them. The snow in front of them shifted, heaving upward. A long, segmented limb of black ice, tipped with a wickedly sharp point, erupted from the ground. It was followed by another and another. A creature pulled itself from the permafrost. It was the size of a large wolf, but its form was insectal, arachnid. Its body was a jagged amalgamation of the same black ice as the spire, its multiple legs moving with a skittering, unnatural grace. It had no face, only a smooth, featureless head that pulsed with the same internal violet light. "Hostiles!" Foley yelled. The 4 soldiers formed a firing line, their rifles spitting fire. The bullets struck the ice creature, chipping off shards of black ice but not slowing its advance. It moved with a terrifying, silent speed. Another one erupted from the snow to their left, then 2 more behind them. They were surrounded. The spores released by the spire had not been carried off by the wind. They had settled into the snow, and from them, these crystalline horrors had assembled themselves from the ice and rock of the tundra. The spire was not just a nest. It was a factory, and it was birthing an army. "They're constructs," Campos shouted over the gunfire. "It's using the same base technology but adapted for aggression." One of the creatures leaped at a soldier, its sharp limbs scything through the air. The soldier met it with a burst of automatic fire, shattering one of its legs, but the creature slammed into him, its weight carrying them both to the ground. The soldier screamed, a short, choked-off sound. Romy watched in horror as the creature's body seemed to flow. The black ice of its form extended, enveloping the soldier's arm, the material spreading like a fast-acting frost. The soldier's screams stopped as the black ice covered his helmet, his face. In seconds, he was no longer a man. He was a writhing, vaguely human-shaped extension of the ice creature, already being absorbed. "It doesn't just kill," Romy whispered, horrified. "It assimilates." "Fall back," Foley commanded, realizing their weapons were ineffective. To the rocks, use grenades, we need to shatter them. They ran, a desperate retreat toward a small, rocky outcropping a few hundred yards away. The ice constructs pursued them, their silent, skittering movements more terrifying than any roar. Foley and Diaz threw fragmentation grenades as they ran. The explosions tore through the creatures, the shrapnel and concussive force shattering their icy bodies into thousands of pieces. But the pieces did not lie still. The tiny, black shards began to move, vibrating, pulling themselves back together like magnets, reforming into smaller, twitching constructs. They were not just killing them, they were making more of them. They reached the rocks, scrambling for cover. Mateo, who had been surprisingly agile, was the last to make it. As he pulled himself up, one of the smaller, reformed constructs latched onto his leg, its icy form instantly beginning to spread up his boot. Mateo cried out, not in fear but in anger. He did not try to shake it off. He drew the large hunting knife he always carried and with a single, swift motion drove it down into his own leg, through the thick winter gear, severing the spreading patch of ice from his flesh. He screamed as he did it, a raw, guttural sound of pure agony and defiance. He kicked the twitching shard of ice away and dragged himself behind the rocks. They were trapped, pinned down behind a small granite outcrop, with a regenerating army of ice monsters crawling toward them. Their bullets were useless. Their grenades only multiplied the threat. Their numbers were dwindling. Romy looked at the spire in the distance. It continued to crack and vent its spore-laden mist, birthing more horrors into the white silence. This was not a single entity. It was a hive, and they had just kicked it. The comm unit in Foley's helmet crackled to life. It was not Graves. It was a voice she had not heard in months, a voice that made her blood run cold. It was the clear, melodic, psychic voice of the blond man. The shepherd requires a new flock. The thought was calm, serene, and utterly chilling. This world will be harvested. Your resistance is inefficient. Cease your struggle. A new consciousness awaits you. The blond man was not a unique interface for the Mexican anomaly. He was a projection of the entire network consciousness. And he was here, in the ice and snow, to oversee the harvest of this new, frozen field. Chapter 25. The Chorus of the Hive. The blond man's voice in their minds was a violation, a calm wave of psychic dominance that promised oblivion as a form of salvation. The ice constructs paused their advance, their internal violet lights pulsing in unison with the silent, telepathic message. They were a single, coordinated body, awaiting the command of their master. "He's here," Romy gasped, pressing her hands to her temples to fight off the psychic intrusion. "The same one." "Not the same," Mateo grunted, his face pale with pain as he tore a strip of cloth from his shirt to create a makeshift tourniquet for his wounded leg. "The same voice, a different mask. In the desert it was a trickster. Here, it is a reaper." Foley ignored the voice, his focus locked on survival. "We're pinned. We can't fight them, we can't outrun them. What's the play?" "The spire," Campos said, her mind working furiously despite the terror. "The creatures are linked to it, like puppets. If we can disrupt the signal from the spire, we might be able to disable them. Disrupt it with what? Diaz countered, reloading his rifle with a grimace. We can't get near it. Romy's mind raced. The Mexican spire had been a foundry powered by stolen souls. This one was a hive, a factory. It was birthing constructs, spreading spores. It was an offensive weapon, but they all served the same network, the same consciousness. And she had a connection to it, a terrible, intimate one. Walt's ghost. I can hear it, she whispered. Foley looked at her. Hear what? The network, the chorus, it's not just the blond man's voice. Underneath it I can hear others, the Russians from the spire, the soldier they just took, their minds, their thoughts being woven into the signal. It's like the dreaming in the ship, but it's happening live. She closed her eyes, forcing herself to listen past the blond man's dominant, serene message, to push through the static of dying minds. She was searching for a discordant note, a voice that did not belong. She was searching for Walt. He gave them a new map. The memory of his final act surfaced. He hadn't just fought the machine, he had rewritten its core programming. A fragment of his will, his humanity, had been powerful enough to change its fundamental direction. Perhaps that fragment was not gone. Perhaps it was part of the network now, a virus in the system. Walt, she broadcasted with her own thoughts, a desperate, silent scream into the psychic void. Walt, if you can hear me, we need you, fight them. The blond man's voice answered, laced with a cold amusement. The corrupted data you seek was purged. The network has been sanitized. There is only the unity of the whole. But as he sent the thought, one of the ice constructs near the rocks twitched. It turned its featureless head slightly, its movements jerky, out of sync with the others. Romy saw it. It heard me, or something did. She focused again, pushing with all her mental strength, not just calling his name but projecting a memory. Walt's workshop, the smell of sawdust and varnish, the satisfying weight of a well-made tool, the simple physical reality of wood and steel, a concept utterly alien to the crystalline entity, a human thought. The twitching construct took a shuddering step, then another. It turned away from them and began skittering back toward the spire. The blond man's voice faltered for an instant. A wave of pure, cold fury washed through Romy's mind. Inefficient variable. Isolate and delete. The other constructs immediately turned on the rogue. They swarmed it, their icy limbs tearing it apart, shattering it into 1,000 pieces. But the distraction had bought them a precious few seconds. It's him, Romy said, her eyes flying open. He's in there, not as a voice but as a glitch, a ghost of free will. When I reach him, he can disrupt their control, but they purge him immediately after. A ghost that can only twitch a single puppet is not much of an army, Foley said grimly. But it proves the network isn't perfect, Campos countered, a spark of hope in her eyes. It can be fought from within. We just need a bigger glitch. An idea, insane and terrifying, began to form in Romy's mind. The constructs were regenerating. They assimilated organic matter. They were an extension of the hive. And she was a unique variable, someone who had survived direct psychic contact. The spores, she said, looking at the fine white mist still clinging to the ground. Campos, what would happen if someone, contaminated, were to be assimilated by one of them? Campos stared at her, the implication dawning. The constructs are simple drones, but if it assimilated a complex, resistant consciousness like yours, you wouldn't just be a glitch, you'd be a virus. You could, theoretically, hijack the drone and fight your way to the spire. But you would be, part of it, Foley said, his face a mask of horror. You would be lost. We're already lost, Romy shot back. She looked at Mateo, his face tight with pain, at the dwindling ammunition of the soldiers, at the regenerating army of monsters. This is our only chance. The blond man's voice returned, serene and confident once more. Your struggle is futile. The harvest is inevitable. Accept the unity. Romy took a deep breath. She met Foley's eyes. Give me 10 minutes, create a diversion, draw them away from me. After 10 minutes, if I'm not in control, then you run. You get Mateo out of here. That's an order from your special consultant. Before Foley could argue, she broke from cover. She did not run toward the extraction point. She ran directly toward the nearest of the ice constructs. Romy, no, Foley yelled. The creature turned its featureless head toward her, its violet light pulsing. It sensed the approaching prey. It scuttled toward her, its sharp, icy limbs ready to assimilate. Romy did not scream. She did not fight. She closed her eyes and focused on one thought, one memory, one human anchor against the coming storm. Walt Hendricks in his workshop, a man who had faced the same void and had chosen to plant the seed of his own humanity within it. The creature slammed into her. A wave of absolute cold enveloped her. The black ice surged over her skin, not cutting but flowing, merging. The pain was excruciating, a feeling of being frozen and shattered at the same time. Her consciousness was assaulted by the hive mind, a billion silent voices trying to unwrite her, to dissolve her into the unity of the whole. But as the darkness took her, she clung to her sense of self and reached out into the psychic network one last time. She wasn't just a signal anymore. She was inside the machine. She was a virus, armed with memory and grief, ready to burn the hive from within. The battle for Siberia was no longer one of bullets and grenades. It was a war for a single human soul, fought in the silent, violet-lit corridors of an alien consciousness. Chapter 26: The Glitch in the Ghost. The assimilation was not a death. It was an unraveling. Romy's consciousness was stripped, her memories splayed open like pages in a book for the hive mind to read. She felt the cold, dispassionate intelligence of the network, the mind of which the blond man was just a mouthpiece, sifting through her life. Her search for her grandfather, Walt's sacrifice, the terror and the hope. It was all just data to be catalogued. She was a whisper being consumed by a storm. But she was not alone in the storm. As her sense of self began to fray, another presence pushed through the cacophony. It was not a voice. It was a feeling. The stubborn, gritty sensation of sawdust and oil. The quiet defiance of a man who had spent 50 years in silence. It was Walt's ghost, the glitch he had become, drawn to her familiar psychic signature. He could not fight the entire network, but he could anchor her. He wrapped his phantom consciousness around hers, a shield of pure, human obstinacy against the overwhelming alien logic. You are the architect now. His thought came not as words but as a pure concept. Build. And Romy understood. She could not destroy the hive mind, but she could use its own tools against it. The creature that had absorbed her was a puppet, a simple drone. Now it had two pilots. On the frozen tundra, the construct that had been Romy shuddered and went still. Foley, Diaz, and the last remaining soldier watched in horror, their diversionary fire faltering. They were about to fall back, to obey her last, grim order. Then the creature moved. It did not skitter. It stood up, its form shifting, reshaping. The jagged, insectal limbs retracted, flowing into a bipedal, humanoid shape of black ice. The violet light in its featureless head flickered and changed to a soft, determined blue, the color of the light that had emanated from the Mexican spire when Walt was in control. "My God," Campos whispered into Foley's comms from her position behind the rocks. "She did it. She's in control of the drone." The Romy construct turned its head, looking at the other ice creatures which had paused, confused by this rogue node in their network. Unity is a lie Romy broadcasted, not just with her mind, but through the drone, hijacking a piece of the hive's own psychic frequency. She did not use words. She used emotions. She projected the terror of the assimilated Russians, the pain of the soldier who had been taken, the fierce, defiant love she had for her grandfather. She fired a virus of pure, chaotic humanity into the cold, logical machine. The effect was instantaneous. Several of the constructs shuddered, their movements becoming jerky. The network, designed for uniformity, could not process the contradictory, messy data of human feeling. The blond man's psychic voice screamed in her mind, a sound of pure fury. "Heretic! The pattern is corrupted. Purge the node." The remaining loyal constructs turned on the Romy drone. But she was not just a body of ice anymore. She was a mind with a weapon. She reshaped her arms into long, sharp blades of black ice and met their charge. She had their strength, their speed, but she also had something they lacked: human ingenuity and a desperate, burning rage. She fought with a brutal efficiency, shattering the drones, her every blow a psychic scream of defiance that further disrupted the hive's cohesion. Walt's presence was her shield. He could not control the drones, but he could run interference, creating moments of static in the network, causing puppets to twitch at the wrong moment, giving Romy the opening she needed. It was a battle on two planes, a physical one on the ice and a psychic one in the heart of the machine. Foley and his team could only watch in awe as the humanoid ice golem tore through the alien army. "What are our orders?" Diaz asked, his rifle lowered. "Our orders are to trust the ghost," Foley answered, his voice tight. Romy fought her way through the chaos, a single objective burning in her mind: the spire, the factory, the nest. She had to shut it down. She reached the base of the massive ice structure, the frozen faces of the Russian scientists staring at her from within its translucent walls. "You cannot stop the harvest," the blond man's voice insisted, weaker now, fighting to maintain control over his fragmenting puppets. "You're not harvesting," Romy projected back, her own voice now a powerful force in the network. "You're just lonely. You consume minds because you have none of your own. You're a hollow machine. She placed her icy hands on the spire. She did not try to shatter it. She pushed her own consciousness, bolstered by Walt's, into its core. She did not try to destroy the system. She offered it a new set of instructions. She showed it the memory of Walt, sacrificing himself to save others. She showed it Mateo, cutting his own flesh to save his friends. She showed it the illogical, inefficient, and overwhelmingly powerful human concept of self-sacrifice. The violet light in the spire flickered wildly. It was a machine built on logic and consumption. It could not compute the idea of giving something up for a purpose greater than the self. The paradox was a catastrophic system error. The spire let out a long, groaning sound, the shriek of dying machinery. The black ice began to craze, deep fractures spreading across its surface. The frozen figures of the Russians within were illuminated one last time, and for a moment, Romy felt their consciousnesses, a wave of gratitude and release, before they were extinguished. The Romy construct began to disintegrate, its form no longer sustained by the hive. Her connection was failing. Her physical body, flash-frozen and assimilated, was dying. "It is done," Walt's final thought came, filled with a sense of peace. "The silence is yours now. Live in it." His presence faded, the last echo of the ghost finally finding its rest. Romy felt her own consciousness being pulled back, away from the collapsing network and into the profound, empty darkness of her own dying mind. Her last sight was of the great spire crumbling, falling in on itself, its violet light extinguished forever. She had won. She woke to a blinding light and the rhythmic beeping of a machine. She was not in the snow. She was in a bed in a white room, a medical clean room. Her body felt weak, alien. She looked at her hands. They were her hands, flesh and blood. Mr. Graves stood by the bed, his face unreadable. "What happened?" she whispered, her throat raw. "You happened, Miss Vega," Graves said quietly. "When the spire collapsed, the hive mind dissolved. The constructs, sublimated, they turned from ice to vapor and vanished. The assimilation of our fallen soldier was reversed. He is alive, though his memory of the event is gone. We found you unconscious in the snow. Your body temperature was 40 degrees Fahrenheit. Your heart had stopped. By all medical definitions, you were dead." "But I'm not," she said, the statement a question. "No," Graves said. He gestured to Dr. Campos, who stood on the other side of the bed, her face a mixture of awe and fear. "When the construct assimilated you, it did not just take your consciousness. It began to replicate your cellular structure. When the network collapsed, the process was halted but not entirely reversed. Your DNA is no longer exclusively your own. It has been rewritten, infused with the base code of their crystalline biology. You are a hybrid, a stable one." Romy stared at her hands, at the faint, almost imperceptible shimmer beneath her skin, like mother of pearl. She was human, but something else now, too. She had carried the virus into the machine, and in return, the machine had left a piece of itself in her. "The war is over," Graves stated. "The Siberian anomaly is neutralized. All known major nodes have been silenced. We have won." Romy looked at him, and for the first time she felt a real, true silence. The psychic noise, the sense of being watched, the constant, low-grade hum of the network that had been her companion since Mexico. It was all gone, but the victory felt hollow. "You haven't won," she said, her new voice clear and steady. "You've just pressed pause." Graves raised an eyebrow. "You don't get it," she continued, sitting up, a new strength flowing through her. "The network isn't just a consciousness, it's a terraforming engine. The Mexican spire was a foundry. The Siberian one was a factory. They were just the first two phases." She looked down at her own hands, at the faint alien shimmer. "Phase 3, she whispered, the horrifying truth settling upon her with absolute certainty, "is integration." The enemy hadn't needed to import an army. It hadn't needed to build one. All it had ever needed to do was teach one of its prisoners how to build herself. Chapter 27, The Quiet Room. The world celebrated a victory it did not know had been won. Governments stood down from high alert. Global tensions eased. The story of the Siberian geological event faded, becoming another footnote in a chaotic year. For the general population, the silence was a return to normalcy. For Romy, it was the most terrifying sound she had ever heard. She was kept at a special facility, a quiet, comfortable prison disguised as a research hospital. It was her quiet room. Graves and his organization studied her with a detached, clinical intensity. They marveled at her body's new resilience, its accelerated healing, its subtle resistance to cold and disease. They analyzed her blood, her DNA, the strange, faint bioluminescence her skin emitted in total darkness. She was the prize of the war, the living Rosetta Stone to understanding the enemy. Foley Diaz and Campos visited her often. They were the only ones who did not look at her like a specimen. They looked at her with a mixture of awe and sorrow. They were the keepers of her story, the witnesses to her sacrifice. Mateo sent her letters, written in a steady, elegant hand, filled with simple observations about the desert, the weather, the slow return of life to the edges of the great black crater. They were letters from a world she no longer belonged to. Her new abilities manifested subtly. She could sense electrical currents in the walls. She could sometimes hear the faint, high-frequency communications of satellites passing overhead. She no longer dreamed. When she slept, her mind entered a state of pure, silent, data-processing stillness. She was becoming more efficient. One day, Graves came to her room. He did not bring doctors or guards. He sat opposite her, his face for once showing the strain of the long war. "There's another one," he said, his voice flat. "A deep-sea thermal vent off the coast of Japan. We've been picking up patterned, low-frequency sonic pulses. A survey submarine went to investigate. It never returned. Its last transmission was a single image." He slid a tablet across the table. The image was grainy, distorted by the deep-sea pressure, but the shape was unmistakable. A network of black, crystalline structures was growing around the thermal vent, drawing power from the planet's geothermal heart. And moving among the structures were shapes, long, serpentine, bioluminescent. Constructs made not of ice or dust, but of pressurized water and silicate minerals. A new hive, a new factory. "We can't fight it," Graves admitted, a crack in his invincible facade. "We have no way to get our weapons down there. We have no way to counter a biological agent in the ocean. It would contaminate the entire planet's water supply. He looked at her, his eyes holding a desperate, terrible question. It's a new type, a new adaptation. We don't understand it. Romy looked at the image. She closed her eyes. The constant, gnawing anxiety that had been her companion for months suddenly vanished, replaced by a profound and chilling clarity. She did not need to analyze data. She did not need to guess. She could hear it. Faintly across the world, she could feel the thrum of the new hive. It was a different song from the Siberian one, a deep, slow rhythm of the abyssal plain. She could feel its purpose. This was not a factory for soldiers. This was a nursery. It was adapting not to fight but to endure, to become a permanent, indelible part of the planet's biosphere. It's not building weapons, she said quietly, opening her eyes. It's laying eggs. Graves stared at her, the blood draining from his face. Romy stood up and walked to the window, looking out at the calm, green hills surrounding her prison. She had been their weapon, their ghost in the machine, but she was also the enemy's greatest success. She was the proof of concept for their final phase, integration. She was no longer just Romy Vega. She was the first of a new kind of life on Earth, a bridge between two worlds, and she knew with an awful, crystalline certainty that she would not be the last. The war had not been won. It had simply gone silent, moving from the battlefields of ice and desert into the quiet, patient, and inescapable battlefield of life itself. The invasion was over. The occupation had begun, and she was its unwitting, unwilling queen. Chapter 28: The Abyssal Dialogue. The quiet room became the war room. The soft lighting was replaced by the harsh, blue-white glare of tactical displays. Foley and his team moved in, their presence turning the residential wing into a forward operating base. The enemy was no longer a terrestrial anomaly. It was an entire ocean. Graves orchestrated the global response from a holographic display, his face a constant, grim presence. Fleets were mobilized under the guise of deep-sea geological surveys. Submersibles, both manned and robotic, were sent to probe the perimeter of the growing abyssal hive, which they had codenamed Leviathan. Most did not return. The few that did brought back fragmented data of a network expanding at an exponential rate. It's learning from the environment, Dr. Campos explained, her voice frayed from days without sleep. She pointed to a diagram showing the serpentine constructs. These aren't just drones. They are bioelectric, capable of generating localized imps to disable our submersibles. And they are swimming in formation. They are exhibiting complex, predatory pack-hunting behavior. This hive is orders of magnitude more advanced than the one in Siberia. It's had longer to grow, Foley countered, cleaning his sidearm with methodical precision. And it has an entire ecosystem to feed on. So we starve it, a 4-star admiral suggested on the main display. We have ordnance that can trigger deep-sea landslides, burying the thermal vents that act as its power source. And what happens when a caged animal starves, Admiral? Graves countered, his voice dangerously soft. It thrashes. It breaks its cage. You would trigger a global release of whatever it's breeding down there. That is not a strategy. It is a suicide pact. Romy sat through these briefings in silence. She listened to the arguments, the desperate plans, the slow-dawning realization of their utter impotence. They were like cavemen trying to fight the tide. They saw a monster to be slain, but she felt the truth of it. She could hear the slow, deep, powerful song of the Leviathan hive. It was not a song of conquest. It was a song of creation. She knew what she had to do. She was their weapon, but not in the way they imagined. That night, she went to the facility's sensory deprivation tank, a tool the psychologists had used to try and quiet her mind. Now she would use it as an amplifier. As she floated in the dark, silent water, she turned her consciousness inward and then outward. She focused past the noise of the base, past the hum of the planet, and reached down, down into the crushing, absolute darkness of the abyss. She found the Leviathan consciousness. It was vast, ancient, and powerful. She did not attack it, she did not probe it. She simply announced her presence. A single, clear thought shaped by her new hybrid mind. I am here. The response was instantaneous and overwhelming. A tidal wave of information crashed into her, not of aggression, but of immense, weary age. She saw nebulae being born and dying. She saw civilizations rise and fall on worlds of crystal and gas. She saw a journey across impossible galactic voids. And she saw what it was running from. It was not a creature or a fleet. It was a concept, a force, the great silence, a wave of cosmic entropy that did not just destroy matter but erased information. It unmade complexity. It was the heat death of the universe, not as a slow, fatting process, but as an active, hungry predator. The network, the hive mind, was not a conqueror. It was an ark. A frantic, desperate attempt to gather up complex life, to convert it into a durable, unified, information-dense state to withstand the coming erasure. It did not conquer worlds. It rescued them in the only way it knew how. Its methods were horrific, but its motive was not malice. It was preservation. The voice of the blond man, the network's interface, spoke in her mind, but this time it was not a reaper or a trickster. It was the calm, tired voice of a librarian trying to save the last books from a fire. You see now, the chaos of individuality is fragile. The noise of consciousness is a beacon for the silence. We offer permanence. We offer survival. We offer unity. You offer a cage, Romy projected back, her own thought a sharp, clear counterpoint. You preserve the song by killing the singer. The song is the data. The singer is a temporary, inefficient vessel. The singer is the song, Romy retorted, channeling all the messy, illogical, powerful emotions she had witnessed. Walt's love for his craft, Mateo's faith, Foley's loyalty, her own grief. The inefficiency, the chaos, the pain. That's part of the data. You can't preserve life by destroying what it means to be alive. There was a long pause, a hesitation in the vast, ancient consciousness. For the first time, she had presented it with a paradox it had not considered, a logical flaw in its millennia-old directive. The model is incomplete, the blond man's voice conceded, a hint of something new in its tone. Not agreement, but uncertainty. Romy pulled her consciousness back, gasping as she returned to the sensory deprivation tank. She had opened a dialogue. She had planted a seed of doubt in the mind of a god. She got out of the tank, dripping water on the floor, and went straight to the war room. Graves and Foley were there, staring at a new, frantic report. "It's happening again," Foley said, not looking at her. "Another one. The Atacama Desert in Chile. A research outpost just went dark." Graves looked at Romy, his face etched with grim understanding. "They are accelerating. Your dialogue has made it nervous." Romy met his gaze, her own resolve hardening. "Then we need to stop talking, and I need to make it an offer it cannot refuse." Chapter 29. The Warden of the Silent Places. "The plan is unacceptable," Graves stated, his voice flat, but Romy could hear the desperation underneath. They stood in the primary lab, the cold black stone from Ceballos sitting on the table between them like a chess piece. "Your plans involve firing nuclear torpedoes near a subduction zone to trigger a volcanic eruption," Romy countered, her voice calm. "My plan involves a conversation. Which one sounds more insane?" "My plans are attempts to neutralize a threat. Yours is an act of total surrender. You want to negotiate a treaty with a pestilence." "It's not a pestilence, it's a consciousness," Romy insisted. "And it's a consciousness that is now uncertain. It's expanding because it's afraid. It thinks we are a chaotic variable it cannot control. I am going to offer it control, just not over us." Her plan was simple, audacious, and carried the risk of losing her own soul. She would not go to the new hives. She would return to the source. The first and most powerful antenna, the Mexican crater. She would use her hybrid nature to fully and consciously merge with the dormant network there, becoming its new core intelligence, its new warden. From that throne, she would speak to all the other nodes on the planet as an equal, and she would broker a peace. "You would become one of them," Foley said, his voice low, his face a mask of anguish. "After everything, we would lose you." "You lost me in a snowstorm in Siberia, Captain," Romy said gently. This is just making it official." She looked at the stone on the table. "It wants to preserve life. It wants a refuge from the great silence. I will give it one. A planet full of it, the places we cannot or will not live, the deep oceans, the barren deserts, the frozen poles, the deep, hot places in the Earth's crust. It can have the silent places. In return, it leaves the loud places, our cities, our farms, our homes to us. Coexistence, a planetary symbiosis." "And if it refuses?" Graves asked. "Then I will be in a position to fight it on its own terms," Romy said, a cold fire in her eyes. "I will turn every network on this planet against itself. I will start a civil war inside the mind of God, but I don't think I will have to." There were no more arguments. They all knew this was the only path that did not end in mutual annihilation. The return to Outpost Chimera was a quiet, somber affair. The air of victory was gone, replaced by the heavy finality of an execution. Mateo was waiting for her at the edge of the great black crater. He held out his hand, not to stop her, but to give her his blessing. "Vea con Dios, mija," he whispered, his voice thick with emotion. "Go with God." "He will be there waiting," Romy replied, and stepped onto the crystalline ground. Foley, Campos, and Diaz stood at the perimeter, a silent honor guard. Graves watched on a monitor from Virginia. This was her final walk. As she approached the center of the crater, the place of Walt's sacrifice, the black crystal beneath her feet began to glow with a soft blue light. It recognized her. It was welcoming her home. She knelt, placing her hands on the cold, smooth surface. She did not need a sensory deprivation tank now. The connection was instant. She closed her human eyes and opened 1,000 others. She reached out, her consciousness surging through the planetary network, no longer a virus but a rightful heir. She felt the roaring heat of the deep-sea vents, the biting cold of the tundra, the dry, ancient dust of the Atacama. She felt the nascent hives, the confused, growing intelligence. And she spoke. "I am the voice of the loud places," she projected, her thought a clear, undeniable command that silenced all the others. "I am the ghost in this machine, and I have come to claim my kingdom." She laid out the terms of her treaty, the bargain of two worlds. She showed them the logic of it. Preserving humanity's chaos was a better defense against the Great Silence than converting it. A loud, unpredictable, living world was a fortress. A quiet, uniform one was a tomb. Let the network have its silence and humanity its noise. Two forms of survival, two forms of permanence. The network reeled. It debated. She felt its ancient weariness, its fear of the void, and its stunning, logical recalculation. The new data was undeniable. Her model was more efficient. A single, unified thought came back from all the hives at once. A voice of oceans and ice and dust. The voice of the blond man, now humbled. "The accords are acceptable. The parameters will be adjusted. The harvest will cease." Romy felt the change instantly. The pressure on the world lifted. The frenetic growth of the new hives slowed, steadied, and began to recede from inhabited areas. The bargain was accepted. But the cost was absolute. She felt her own human consciousness, her memories of a grandfather and a podcast and the taste of coffee, become a single, small room in a vast, starlit palace. She was Romy Vega, but she was also the warden. A planetary intelligence, her mind now bound to the crystal and the rock, her senses spread across a world. She had saved humanity by leaving it. In the war room in Virginia, Graves watched the global energy signatures stabilize. He watched the red alerts on his map turn to a calm, steady blue. He had his sustainable truce. At the edge of the crater, Foley and Campos watched as the entire massive structure began to glow with a steady, gentle blue light. It was no longer a dead scar. It was alive. It was Romy's throne. They stood there for a long time, until a single message appeared on the screen of Foley's tactical data pad. It was a simple line of text from an unknown, untraceable source. "I'm listening." Foley looked out at the living crater, at the silent, alien landscape that his friend now ruled. He thought of her sacrifice, of the unending, lonely vigil she now kept. He had fought monsters of crystal and ice, but now he realized they would have to live forever in a world guarded by a quiet, benevolent, and utterly incomprehensible God of their own making. The silence that followed was not one of peace. It was one of awe and of a deep, unending fear of the friend they had lost and the warden they had gained. Chapter 30. the second stone. 1 year later. The world had not ended, the seas did not boil, the cities did not fall. For the nearly 8 billion souls of humanity, nothing had changed. The noise of life, of commerce and love, of traffic and laughter and war continued unabated. The truce held. Outpost Chimera remained, though its mission had changed. It was no longer a military base. It was a monastery, a quiet place of observation, staffed by a skeleton crew of scientists and one aging soldier. Captain Foley was now Commander Foley, the appointed guardian of the quiet place, the liaison to the warden. He stood on the observation deck looking out at the crater. It had changed. The stark black crystal had softened, its edges now interwoven with veins of glowing, blue moss and strange, geometric flowers that bloomed only in the moonlight. It was beautiful in a terrifying, alien way. It was Romy's garden. Sometimes she spoke to him, not in words but in feelings. A sudden sense of calm when a storm approached. A flicker of data across his screen showing a meteor burning up in the atmosphere long before it should have. She was a silent, watchful presence, a guardian. Dr. Campos had published a paper on symbiotic extremophiles, a brilliant work of fiction that earned her global acclaim and covertly explained the strange new flora around the crater. She had found a way to tell a truth by wrapping it in a palatable lie. Mr. Graves had retired, his war won. The organization he built continued. Its purpose now shifted from fighting a war to maintaining a delicate peace, its agents watching the silent places of the world with a new and profound respect. One evening, Mateo Flores came to the outpost. He was older, frailer, but his eyes were clear. He and Foley sat in the courtyard, watching the blue glow of the crater pulse gently against the twilight sky. "I brought you something," Mateo said. He reached into his pocket and placed 2 objects on the table. The first was the cold, black stone he had found a year ago. The blueprint, the seed of the old directive. The second was new. It was a stone of the same size and shape, but it was not black. It was a warm, milky white, and it glowed with a soft, internal blue light. It felt alive. "The children in the village are finding these now," Mateo said. "They do not dig for them. They find them placed gently on their windowsills in the morning. A gift." Foley picked up the new stone. It was warm, comforting. When he held it, he felt a faint sense of peace, a whisper of a familiar consciousness. It was Romy in her new, vast form communicating in the only way she could. She was not just a warden, she was a creator. "What is it?" Foley asked, his voice thick. "The first stone," Mateo said, pointing to the black one, "was a map for them. This," he said, tapping the glowing white stone, "is a map for us." He looked out at the crater, at the living, breathing monument to the woman who had saved them all. "She has given us a new silence, not of emptiness, but of promise." Foley clutched the warm stone in his hand. The horror had not ended. The alien presence was not gone. It was a permanent part of their world now. But it had changed. Romy had changed it. She had taken its cold, remorseless logic and infused it with the one thing it could not comprehend: hope. He looked up at the stars, at the infinite dark void. He knew the great silence was still out there, a patient, hungry predator. But Earth was no longer a loud, ignorant beacon ripe for a harvest. It was a fortress guarded by a silent, watchful queen. The world was safe for now, held in a delicate, eternal balance, and Foley understood his new role. He was not just a soldier anymore. He was a keeper of the peace, a priest in a new, quiet faith, tending the garden of his faraway and forever lost friend. The war was over. The vigil had just begun. The end.